Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this meeting full council of Portsmouth City Council, being held here in the council chamber of Portsmouth City Council at the Guildhall. I'd like to welcome the Reverend Canon James Macaulay, who will say a short prayer. Thank you, James. Now.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Let us ask the blessing of Almighty God on our city of Portsmouth in this centenary year and on all its people. We pray for our councillors, for the Lord Mayor and Deputy Lord Mayor, and for all those who support them, that they may be endowed with the gifts of grace, wisdom and understanding, and may always seek the common good in all that they do on behalf of those who have elected them. And for those of us who wish, we can pray together in the words that Jesus taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thanks very much, Father James. As I can see you're running, I won't invite you to stay for the rest of the meeting, and it's probably a good call. Ladies and gentlemen, the usual procedures for meetings here. For the attention of those members of the public wishing to record the proceedings, the Council's rules prohibit the filming and photographing or recording of members of the public, including those making public deputations. You are, of course, free to film councillors if you wish. If the continuous fire alarm sounds it's real, please evacuate the room and the public gallery by the stairwells, and please don't try to use the lifts, and we'll assemble by Queen Victoria's statue in the square. Colleagues, just to remind members wishing to speak, you simply press your talk button on the unit in front of you and I'll activate your microphone when I call you to speak. And I'll also turn it off if people go on for longer than their allocated time. Now, moving to agenda item 1, declarations of interest. Colleagues, are there any declarations of interest that members need to declare? Nope. Oh, Councillor Standen.
Just on motion E, I know it's come up before, but obviously I am a veteran and it's about veterans.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kadir.
Lord Mayor, I still leave 5:30.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swan.
Lord Mayor, in motion E, I have a personal interest. I'm a long-standing and proud member of the Royal British Legion.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Fazakerley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As a former member of the Armed Forces, I declare the same interest as Councillor Standen, but I don't think it's prejudicial. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fazakerley. I think we would agree. Okay, moving on to agenda item 2. It's proposed by Councillor Steve. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon, Tom. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Same motion, 11E. I'm a veteran and named in the motion, which is always good.
Councillor Shah.
Would
you like to be upstanding, Councillor Shah?
Yes. Sorry. Thank you. I would need to leave 5:45, if that's okay.
We will be disappointed, but I'm sure that will be okay, and we'll
I
survive
think that
without
should be
you.
fine.
Okay. Anybody else wanting to declare any interests or whatever, or complete lack of? No? Okay, great. So we now move on to the council agenda, minutes of the previous meeting. So agenda item 2, minutes of the council meeting held on the 24th of February 2026. It's proposed by Councillor Steve Pitt and seconded by Councillor Joe Standen that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 24th of February previously circulated be confirmed as a true record. Are the minutes agreed, colleagues? Agreed. Thank you very much indeed. Apologies for absence, item 3. Apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Simon Bosher, Councillor Derek North, Councillor Leonie Oliver, and for lateness for Councillor Cal Corkery. Are there any more? Councillor Standen?
Yes, also Councillor Chris Dyke.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Anybody else? Nope, okay. All right, thank you very much indeed for that. Agenda item 4, communications. The Leader of the Council has asked me to make a statement following the consideration of the devolution report presented to full Council in February. I'm pleased to confirm that along with Hampshire, Southampton and the Isle of Wight councils, we have given government our approval to establish the Hampshire and Solent Combined County Authority. The statutory instrument was laid before Parliament yesterday to start the formal process of the government establishing the new combined authority. We expect the new authority to be legally established before June. This is a huge step forward, indeed the 9th attempt over the last 11 years across this region, and is as a result of a lot of hard work from the leader, the chief executive, corporate strategy manager, Paddy May, and several key staff across the council, including Ian Maguire, Jane Lemaire, Felicity Titbury, Natasha Edmonds, James Harris, Peter Bulff and others. Apologies if I've left anybody out. The devolution deal includes several important benefits to our area. The region has secured £44.6 million in investment funding, adding up to 1.3 billion over 32 years, as the 44.6 million is an annual sum that comes our way. There will also be extra funding to help build staff capacity and skills. Further funding will be released after a mayor is elected in 2028. The main areas of responsibility for the combined authority will include transport, devolving and delivering integrated transport strategies to improve regional connectivity, skills and employment support, managing adult skills funding, supporting unskilled and pathways to quality employment, housing and strategic planning, prioritising new housing developments and affordable housing provision, economic regeneration and development, attracting and retaining investment, levering regional economic strengths, environment and climate change, implementing initiatives to reduce carbon emissions and promote sustainability. Health and well-being, collaborating with local partners to address health inequalities and support healthier communities. Public safety, working with relevant authorities to enhance emergency planning, community resilience and crime prevention. Whilst it has been a long time coming, Portsmouth should see access to this funding and more coming into our city, enabling us to support our residents and businesses better. Councillor Pitt, would you like to add anything? Okay, but I think our thanks goes to everybody who has worked incredibly hard. We may not have liked particularly being forced into this, but we've actually people have worked really, really hard to get the best deal for Portsmouth, and I think we should minute our thanks to everybody who has worked so hard. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to Agenda 5, deputations from members of the public. It says in my script there have been 4 deputation requests, but I think there are 5 now. So since these have been printed, I might need to have a new edition. So we've had 5, and these should be on the green sheets. Making deputations, people have up to 6 minutes in which to deliver their deputation. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute left to go, and again at the end of your time. So can I first ask Viola Langley to make her deputation in objecting to Agenda Item 9, Treasury Management Policy 2627.
Yeah,
Viola, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, hello, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my concerns regarding PCC's continuing association with Barclays Bank. Am I right? Is this the case that PCC uses Barclays Bank for most, if not all, of its financial transactions? I can find no evidence in the document before us relating to any particular bank. However, Google AI informs me, and I quote, Portsmouth City Council uses Barclays PLC for its banking services. On this point, I have expressed my concerns to the Council in the past. I understand that there are constraints and difficulties when local councils are choosing investment policies, saving policies, and everyday financial transactions. The leader of the council may recall that I brought this to his attention in 2024 that Barclays is the least ethical bank on the high street. It is frequently cited as Europe's dirtiest bank. Barclays is the largest European financier of fossil fuels and the 9th largest worldwide. The many banks in which Barclays' investment policy is degrading our environment, assisting in genocidal warmongering, and in general threatening our future really frightens me. Barclays has subsidiaries in lots of tax havens, including Hong Kong, Isle of Man, Jersey, Guernsey, and Switzerland. I received my council tax bill yesterday, so this is really personal to me. I thought that my council tax and the council tax of thousands of Portsmouth households is being invested into Barclays investment schemes really frightens me and appalls me. I have become personally increasingly aware how unethical some high street banks are, but there are exceptions. At a personal level, it is relatively easy to find a much more ethical bank. I personally have chosen Triodos, you might not have heard of them, for my personal financial transactions. And I invite you, all councillors, officers, employees, to find out just how toxic and unethical most high street banks are. Once you have considered this, you might wish to switch on a personal level your account. But surely there must be a cleaner, more ethical bank for our council to carry out their financial transactions. Could the Unity Trust Bank be such a bank? Please seek an alternative to Barclays. Point 44 of the document in front of you with our environmental, social and governance factors states, and I quote, clearly that the Council will seek to move towards investments that improve environment, will avoid investments in fossil fuel extractions. Barclays Bank certainly does not fit into this category. Can you as a council not commit in this document to drop associations with Barclays Bank? This is your opportunity. Switch from Barclays to an ethical bank. This is the right choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Viola. Thank you very much indeed for that. There is a question from a councillor in respect of the Barclays Bank issue, and so I think your question is going to be answered when that question is put later in the meeting. But thank you, Viola. Thank you. Can I now ask Steph Richards to make your deputation in object to agenda item 11B, notice of motion titled City of or Council of Sanctuary. Thank you, Steph.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor and City Councillors. For those who perhaps do not know me, I'm Steph Richards, a human rights campaigner and a proud member of the Labour Party. I'm here today in my formal capacity as a local equalities and political officer of the Unite the Union community. I'm giving this deputation to voice opposition to motion 11B, which seeks to suspend the City of Sanctuary pledge made just 2 years ago when this council stood together and passed a motion in support of its enactment. It was a moment of collective pride. Yet today we face a proposal that seeks to undermine one of the most positive, unifying and morally grounded commitments this council has ever made. Portsmouth made this commitment because we recognise the inherent strength, profound compassion and rich diversity that define this great city. We pledge to be a place where everyone, regardless of their background, faith or country of origin, can feel welcome, safe and valued. Let's be absolutely clear about what's happening here. This motion does not merely call for a consultation. It actively calls for a suspension of a pledge of humanity and inclusion while that consultation takes place. It suggests that welcome is something we need to pause on, and that compassion requires a unanimous sign-off before it can be extended. In any other areas of governance, this logic would seem absurd. We do not suspend our equality policies when we review them. We do not pause our climate action plan when seeking public feedback. We do not stop protecting the vulnerable while we consult on how best to do it. Why then is this promise of sanctuary being treated differently? Think for a moment about the message this sends to those fleeing war and persecution. Consider the women in Afghanistan whose lives are currently enslaved by a regime of fanatical men. Think of their daughters who are barred from secondary education. Do they not deserve a place of escape? Consider the local partners who have worked tirelessly to make Portsmouth a genuine city of sanctuary. I think specifically of people like Shamila Dana, whose positive influence on the fabric of our city cannot be overstated. I agree that community consultation is vital. Residents should have a voice in how we deliver our services. They can reach out to ward councillors, give deputations like this one, and they can speak at the ballot box. Portsmouth is a proud naval city. We are a city of arrivals and departures, a city that understands perhaps better than any other what it means to welcome people from across the globe. Removing this pledge would tarnish that image and signal division at a time when we should be leading with unity. So I must ask why. It's hard to avoid the impression that this motion is designed to generate division rather than solutions. If this council truly wants to be constructive, there are far more pressing issues to address. How about a motion condemning the vile hate that some city councillors, and in particular Councillor Pitt, has endured simply for calling out racism? How about a motion proposing that our local schools interact properly with the Istanbul Convention to teach boys to respect girls and highlight the scourge of domestic abuse, which costs this city at least £14 million per year? Or perhaps consider a motion calling for more help for women in our city who suffer from endometriosis, an estimated 15,000 of them, which costs the Portsmouth economy upwards of 30 million every year in lost productivity, healthcare strain, and the systemic withdrawal of women from our local workforce. Instead, we are being asked to put a symbolic target on some of the very few people in our city who have already lost almost everything. My understanding is asylum seekers represents less than 0.5% of the city's population. Equality, diversity and inclusion are under attack, not just here, but worldwide. This is driven by an agenda from a white male-dominated right wing that seeks to divide us and create second-class citizens out of people of colour, the disabled, the LGBT community and women. The motion before you today is a tip of a wedge. It's an attempt to start rolling back human rights, beginning with the most vulnerable. Please reject this motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards. I understand that you may need to leave now because you've got other pressing engagements, but thank you for your deputation. Can I now move on to Rachel Hudson to make deputation in support of agenda item 11C, notice of motion entitled Depaving in Portsmouth, a Way Forward.
Well, I'm not Rachel for starting.
All right.
We're doing a joint.
Excellent.
one,
Good.
so-
A tag team.
Okay, so we're really pleased to be able to support this motion on depaving a way forward. Portsmouth Friends of the Earth has been campaigning for an increase in depaving, also known as soil desealing, in Portsmouth for some time. We are delighted to see recent depaving projects in Portsmouth, for example, the creation of several rain gardens and 2 new tree pits in Castle Road, and enlargement and joining up of tree pits at Bradford Junction. Many more schemes are essential if our city is to become more resilient to the effects of climate change and the biodiversity crisis. More depaved green areas would aid the recovery of biodiversity. Creatures in the soil and other insects have a better chance of survival in urban green areas than in monocultural fields where habitats and food sources have disappeared. These areas absorb rainwater and help prevent flooding and sewage spills from overloaded combined sewers. Less concrete and tarmac also mitigate against higher temperatures and the subsequent heat effect. So in this deputation, we explain why we support each of the resolutions in the motion. And Rachel will do that.
Okay. So the first resolution concerns standards and reporting on soil sealing and depaving. And we think that all local authorities, including Portsmouth City Council, should know how much of their local authority area is sealed or unsealed. The government needs to know this too. We think England should have a national soil sealing indicator in the same way as Scotland. Scotland now reports on the area of sealed soil across the country, and the rate of increase is known. For example, it's known that 39% of Glasgow city area is sealed. At the moment, we don't seem to know how much of Portsmouth is sealed. Is it 40%, 50%, 60%? We think Portsmouth City Council should report on a regular basis how much of the city is sealed. This data can inform decisions on limits to soil sealing and targets for depaving. The second resolution concerns setting limits to soil sealing and targets for depaving. We think Portsmouth City Council should discuss and agree with reasons the maximum amount of our city's area that should be sealed. What is desirable? 40%, 50%, 60%. It should also record the area that is being depaved. For example, what area of paving has been removed from Castle Road and planted with trees and shrubs? Some cities promote and publicise their depaving activities as a source of pride. For example, in 2022, Warsaw publicised that it had removed 39,000 square metres of concrete to create green areas and flower beds, and that was really blazoned across their publicity. Portsmouth City Council should make depaving a source of civic pride too, and promote excellent initiatives such as St Jude's Church Grasscrete car park and the Broken Pavement Wildlife Garden in front of St Ronan's nursing and residential home, both of which are quite groundbreaking. Resolution 3 concerns the inclusion of depaving in highways maintenance. Some of the best opportunities for depaving arise when changes to our streets are planned by traffic and transport. They can be both large and small scale projects. For example, in Greener Grangetown, inner city Cardiff, 108 new rain gardens were installed in 12 streets. That removed an average of 40,000 cubic metres of surface runoff from the combined sewers annually, which had a dramatic effect on the cleanliness of the water. In Heston, Hounslow, 3 community gardens were created in depaved pavement plots, totalling 35 square metres. So that's a much smaller scale kind of activity. The final resolution, 4, concerns public information and engagement in depaving. Domestic gardens take up 17% of the land in Portsmouth. What happens in our private gardens affects our climate and nature resilience. The most recent Royal Horticultural Society report, 2025, found that 42% of domestic garden space is paved, which is 55% of front garden space and 36% of back garden space. It's essential that residents and businesses realise the importance of their forecourts, backyards and car parks, and the impact that lifting one or many paving slabs will have. Successful depaving schemes involve the community, for example, school children designing and planting rain gardens and learning about the water cycle and wildlife corridors. We think we've got a bit of extra time because there's two of us.
I think you're right. It should be. I keep hitting it.
So in conclusion, we believe that a modern, progressive approach to urban living and planning needs to lean towards sharing our space more equitably with wildlife and plant life. Our old-fashioned Victorian attitudes of controlling and subduing nature, keeping tidy, and prioritising human wants has got to alter. This is essential for our joint survival and, at the very least, our joint well-being. We would like to suggest that existing national rules which restrict impermeable paving in gardens should be enforced, and that consideration should be given to Article 4 powers lifting permitted development in areas of particular vulnerability. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, just for the minutes, I know Rachel, you're Megan Howson, is that right? Great. That's great. I introduced the wrong one first. So thank you very much indeed. Our final deputation is from Honorary Alderman Alan Bennett. Burnett. In which case we'd expect you to start declaiming, Alan. But Alan, welcome, and you're going to make your deputation in support of agenda item 11D, notice of motion titled Pride in Our High Streets. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, members. I'm here not digging on my allotment. I'm here today because I feel strongly about vaping, and Portsmouth pensioners feel very strongly about our shopping areas. This isn't a party political. I haven't had any conversations with those who proposed it. I opened my agenda when it came through the door, and I wanted to come along. Thank you for listening. You know your shopping areas in your wards. Our 5 high streets, our shopping streets, because of online purchases, because of Gunwharf sucked money out of our traditional shopping centres. Great success, Gunwharf, but it has, I think, had an effect. And our shopping centres, I think you'll agree, are not what they were and not what they should be. Despite the efforts of the City Council, which I recognise, both in terms of investment, which the Bridge Centre, for example, and also the murals, or murials, some people call them, the murals, which have cheered up our city, I think. So despite the efforts of the City Council, I think a lot needs to be done for our shopping centres, and I like the idea of a high street advisory board. I don't know whether it's a novel idea or not. It seems like a good idea to me. I hope you'll agree to it, or maybe you want to tweak the notice of motion, whatever suits you, but it seems like a good idea, and there's some very able people in this city who would be able to be part of it. My neighbour Tim Clark, for example, works for Vales. He's got his pulse on the shopping in this, retailing in this city, and there are others. If you'd like somebody from Portsmouth Pensioners to come along and be part of it, we're more than willing. Anyway, to get to vaping, this isn't a new thing for me. I saw my dad die of cancer. He was a heavy smoker, and his twin brother for that matter. I've got 8 grandchildren. I don't want them to get mixed up in vaping. The impact of vaping. I don't know whether you ever walked along one of our shopping streets and had a great cloud of smoke come over you. It's not a pleasant experience. I don't think it is anyway, this sweet stuff coming into your face. But more important, I think, members, is the long-term effect of vaping. We do not know what effect this might have on particularly our young people. I've looked at a lot of websites, including the NHS one, and they deem vaping to be far less dangerous than smoking, and I think we'd probably accept that. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have effects. I don't know whether you know the term Diwali. It sounds like a religious festival, but it isn't. It's e-city and e-cigarette and vaping associated lung injury. And I think if we don't look very closely at vaping, there's going to be some ill health, more ill health in this city down the road. I don't think anyone's done a study of outlets and consumption of vapes in this city. Councillor Mason will know of the work done by one of our old students on Glasgow in a journal called Health and Place and Health, Graham Moon. He and his colleagues studied Glasgow in terms of all the bans and where they were located. It happens that many of them are in areas of deprivation. So I would refer you to that article if you'd like to have a look at it. I've done a little study of my own with the help of my youngest grandson, Asa. He goes to Craneswater School, where all my local grandchildren have gone. As you know, Craneswater School is on St. Ronan's Road, Albert Road, and every Wednesday we walk along from his school to his house in Victoria Road South. And we decided to do a little survey 2 weeks ago, before I knew about this. This is his little notebook I've got, and he counted all the vaping outlets in this short piece of our Albert Road. Would you like to guess how many there are? Well, I can tell you there are 18 in this short stretch of road, of which 6 are more or less selling only vaping products. We have Vapeland, we have Vape City. You've seen them, you know what I'm talking about, I think. So, Lord Mayor, my time's nearly up. Thank you for listening. I think we should take this issue seriously. I hope you'll support the notice of motion. And, Lord Mayor, I believe this will improve our city, our shopping areas, and make Portsmouth an even more age-friendly city. And by that I mean not just for old people, but for young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much indeed, Alan. Ladies and gentlemen, once you've made your deputations, if I could ask you to join others in the public gallery. But thank you very much indeed for coming and your helpful words. Okay, let's move on. So item... Hello. Councillor Atwell, do you want to concentrate? Item 6, questions from the public, under Standing Order 25. There are no questions. Item 7, appointments. Colleagues, on your green sheet you'll see a range of appointments of people joining committees. Colleagues, are you happy with those membership changes to committees? Yes, are you happy with that? Yeah. And Councillor Stanley, thank you very much indeed for volunteering to be on everything. Does that mean we're going to need to find a bed for you in the civic offices? But thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, we now come to... do we have to have an official proposer? I think everybody's happy with this, aren't they? James, do you want an official proposer?
If you don't mind, Lord Mayor.
If you don't mind. Who would like to propose these changes to members of the committee? Thank you. Who's seconding? I think Councillor, yes, I think Councillor Atwell, that was very good of you. Thank you for seconding that. Okay, moving on. We now have nominations for Chair of the Licensing Committee. Colleagues, I need a proposer and seconder, and they'll be voted on in turn. Do I have any proposals? Councillor Sanders?
I propose Councillor Hunt.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Pitt?
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? No. Okay. Councillor Hunt, thank you very much indeed. You are elected under... Okay. It's not a good... there's no other nominations, and there's only one person. It doesn't matter what people think. There is only one nomination, James. Councillor Hunt, thank you very much indeed for being elevated. Then it's been proposed and seconded. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, can I... He's wrong. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Councillor Pitt, do you want to join his legal firm to give advice? Thank you very much indeed. So, Councillor Lee Hunt, thank you very much indeed for volunteering to step up for that role. Okay. Item 8, urgent business. I haven't had any notification of any urgent business. Therefore, we move on. Now, hold on to the script, Gerald, before it falls off. No, it's fallen off. Okay, now moving on to agenda item 9, Treasury Management Policy for the years 26-27. To receive the recommendations of the Cabinet held on the 3rd of March of this year, as previously circulated with the agenda. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to either question or oppose the minute, please indicating by standing and calling out either question or object once I've called the minute. Can I also remind members that any item to which no objection is made will have been to be approved. So I call Cabinet Minute number 27, Treasury Management Policy 2026-27. Okay, as the minute is neither objected to or questioned, the recommendations have been approved and we'll move on to the next item of business. Thank you. Now moving on to agenda item 10, the Pay Policy Statement 26-27. To receive and consider the recommendations from the Employment Committee held on the 12th of March 2026 as included within the green supplementary sheets. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to either question or oppose the minute, please indicate by standing and say either question or object once I've called the minute. And again, if it's not objected to, it will be deemed to be approved. I call Employment Committee Minute 7, Pay Policy Statement 26-27. As the minute is neither questioned or objected to, the recommendations have been approved and we'll move on to the next item of business. Item 11, notices of motion. We have 6 notices of motion before us today. As you'll be aware, all notices of motion on the agenda will automatically be dealt with at this meeting if duly proposed and seconded. Item A, motion A, cross-border taxi licensing and passenger safety, proposed by Councillor Emily Strudwick and seconded by Councillor George Madgwick. Councillor Strudwick, are you happy to confirm that you are the proposer? Oh, thank you. And Councillor Madgwick, are you happy to second?
Happy to formally second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Strudwick, welcome to speak. And I think, Emily, this is your maiden speech. So we'll be greeted at the end, as is traditional, by clapping. Emily, the floor is yours.
Thanks for highlighting that, Lord Mayor. Today's motion is about cross-border taxi licensing. I suspect that almost every councillor in this chamber has had a resident raise the same concern at some point. Someone gets into a private hire vehicle, notices it's out of town and asks what Portsmouth City Council was doing about it. Many residents assume we must somehow be allowing these vehicles or lowering our standards. This is exactly why I wanted to bring this motion to Council today. It's important that both councillors and residents understand the reality. Due to national legislation, particularly the Deregulation Act, local authorities have very limited powers to control cross-border licensing. Over time, this has allowed vehicles licensed in other areas to operate widely across the country, and we saw a significant increase during the COVID period, and it does not appear to be slowing down. The concern with this situation is not simply administrative, it is about public safety and public confidence. Different councils can adopt different licensing policies, different safety requirements and different standards. That means the standards that apply to a driver or vehicle may depend entirely on which council is issued the licence. What makes this particularly frustrating is that here in Portsmouth, we have worked hard to maintain high standards. Our licensing team and our local drivers take those standards seriously, and one example is the requirement for CCTV in private hire vehicles. The measure protects passengers, but it also protects drivers. It provides reassurance, transparency, and evidence when incidents occur. When you spend time with our licensing officers, you quickly realise that these safeguards exist for a reason. It does raise a question, though, if these protections benefit both passengers and drivers, why would any authority choose not to adopt them? I've also heard claims from some drivers that they choose to licence in other areas because the process here takes too long. I want to address that directly. Our licensing team processes applications in around 10 working days. In my view, that is fair, reasonable, and a responsible timeframe when we are talking about background checks, vehicle safety, and public protection. Licensing should not be rushed when safety is involved. Another challenge is that residents often struggle to understand the difference between a Portsmouth licensed vehicle and one from elsewhere, and Portsmouth vehicles carry clear livery on the side and a distinctive rear plate. That means residents can identify them easily, and other authorities use very small plates that can be difficult to spot. Because of this, residents sometimes contact the council to raise a complaint about a vehicle, only to discover that it's not actually licensed by Portsmouth at all. It can then be much harder for them to know where to report concerns or how these concerns will be handled. And we've also been told that some licensing authorities occasionally visit the city to check their vehicles operating here. However, these visits tend to happen with very little notice, and we're very rarely given meaningful feedback afterwards about the outcome. Lord Mayor, I'm bringing this motion forward today because there is a current national consultation taking place on this issue, and this gives us the opportunity to clearly express Portsmouth's position. Our message should be simple. Residents deserve confidence that when they step into a licensed vehicle, the same high safety standards apply. Our local drivers deserve a level playing field, and local authorities should have the tools they need to protect the public they serve. And I hope the Council will support this motion so that Portsmouth can speak with one clear voice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gary, you may not be aware, but the tradition is always that when somebody makes a maiden speech, that there is always a clap. Not to say we disagree with it, but just to recognise that this is the first time that they've spoken at a full council meeting. So thank you very much indeed, Emily, for that. I have Councillor Hunt.
Lord Mayor, obviously, as the current chair of licensing, I would like to thank the former chair of licensing for her efforts over a couple of years now, which has won her, let's face it, regional, national recognition for the work that she has done. So that out of the way, I'd also like to recognise the fact that she's acknowledged how well the Liberal Democrat-run Portsmouth City Council does licensing. We should be very proud too of our taxi trade here and our private hire trade. They do have higher standards than anywhere else. That is completely correct, not least for the conditions that we put upon them. So as for the notice of motion, I'll be short and sweet. It's pretty much everything that we covered at because I'm on the licensing committee as part of it. It's pretty much everything that we covered at the last full licensing committee meeting, and pretty much verbatim the complaints that I made about licensing nationally. And so I'm pleased to see this here, obviously, and we're pleased to support the notice of motion. I would say this to everybody. Deregulation has a dark side. And we'll talk about this later on when it comes to vape shops and planning and all that sort of thing. This headlong rush over the last decade to 20 years of successive governments deregulating everything and cozying up to market forces has a downside. And we see that when we talk about vape shops and the deregulation of planning a little bit later. But again, the deregulation of licensing has seen some of the things which are mentioned in this notice of motion that we really don't want to see. Question is this government really and truly going to start implementing more regulation when they've made it very clear indeed that they don't want more regulation,
They want less regulation, and they want to deregulate even more than the Conservatives did before. So the jury's out on that. We shall have to see what happens, but I'd be very pleased to ensure that the leader of the Council writes to all Hampshire MPs and Police Commissioner and the Police Commissioner, urging them to support the above changes. Okay? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I have no more people wishing to speak. Oh, sorry, Councillor George Madwick.
Thank you, Licensing Chair, for your words. I appreciate it. This motion's important, and I'm glad that at the Licensing Committee next week we've got obviously this coming forward in more detail. It's something we've been fighting for years, as I think across party actually. I think cross party we've been fighting for this for years, because it's an outrage. I mean, I remember when I first started in council, and I couldn't believe that a Nissan Micra was licensed in the city. You know, and we found out it was a Wolverhampton vehicle. You know, the safety standards, the vehicle standards are just not at the level of Portsmouth. And we probably actually all see it online all the time, don't we? People saying, I was in a taxi, this happened, and it was Wolverhampton. It's always Wolverhampton. It's always Wolverhampton. And it's really good that actually it's not just our council, but councils across the country are taking a really strong stance on this. The things in this motion that obviously we're asking for, I mean, why have we not got a single national licensing database where we can just literally type in a driver's name and every council, no matter what, can see it? Because we've had instances in this city where we've declined a driver and the following day they've gone and got licensed in Wolverhampton. That's factually happened in this city. And we don't share data across councils. So why is there not a single point of entry, like there is with most things, where we can just input the data, find out why other councils declined them? As a sensible policy, why shouldn't there be CCTV in cars as a base standard? I know there's a small expense to it, but prices come down if more people are in demand. And also, there's no real price on safety, is there? And that's not just passenger safety, but it's also driver safety. We've also had incidences in this city as well, where a driver was accused of something and the passenger wasn't aware of the CCTV in the car. It got checked and the charges were dropped because, once again, CCTV in the car, it protects both passenger and driver. So I don't see why that's not happening either. I like the statutory requirement that all journeys must either start or end within the area that they're licensed in. It's a really good policy to stop out-of-city drivers coming into the city. So I think we just need tougher rules. I think it benefits everybody, and I'm hoping everyone supports the motion today. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Madwick. I think, again, I don't have anybody else want to speak. So, Councillor Strudwick, would you like to sum up?
I'm disappointed. I know when this motion was supposed to come in November, a few other councillors said they had stuff written up, so maybe they've changed their mind. But yeah, I would like to thank the new chair and Councillor Madwick for your comments, and hopefully you can support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, can I see all those in favour of the motion, please? Show. I think that is unanimous. So even with Mr. Balfe here, to say we need to call for people who are against it, even though there can't be anybody, I'm going to announce it as unanimous and therefore it's passed. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to item notice of motion B, City of Sanctuary, Council of Sanctuary, my apologies, which is proposed by Councillor George Madwick and seconded by Councillor Joe Standing. Councillor Madwick, are you happy to propose this?
Happy to propose, Lord Mayor.
And Councillor Standing, are you happy to second it?
Happy to second, Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Madwick, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Right, let's try and get this through uncontroversially, shall we? It doesn't need to be this nasty debate. We can do this reasonably, hopefully. Hopefully, let's fingers crossed. So, first of all, why are we bringing this here today as a group? And that's simple. We're asking for a democratic voice. We consult in this council for everything, whether we're doing new parking bays, whether we're doing new licensing policy, whether we're doing anything we do, we consult on everything. And we didn't consult on this. We didn't consult on this. The original motion, which always people go back to, back in, I think it was March, I think, Councillor Horton, you put it through originally, it didn't commit us to becoming a council of sanctuary. The motion I've got in front of me here requests that Cabinet should consider the implications of Portsmouth becoming a council of sanctuary. And I was hoping, and I was reassured at the time by senior officers that we expected it to come back before Cabinet so that we could scrutinise it and question it and stuff like that. And that never happened, which was obviously disappointing. As you know, the independent group last year did a survey because we felt that we just had to. We funded a survey and we did get just over 4,000 responses. These were independently checked by our local news, which I'm sure we can all agree don't overly like Reform, you know. So it's, you know, it's as independent as possibly can be. We provided them all of our data. They signed a non-disclosure agreement, and they checked our data, including the sources, the IP addresses, the data that we got come in, and they checked everything before publishing to make sure that it was verified. Now, I think I've got the stats here, and I think it's important to note that 74.3% of respondents did welcome supporting legal migration into the city, and it's something I personally support absolutely entirely. Legal migration is fantastic for this city. It covers a lot of roles that we do, a lot of spaces in the community, especially the hospital. Absolutely fully support that, and so do the residents of Portsmouth. 70% of respondents backed refugees fleeing recognised war zones, i.e. Afghanistan, Ukraine, etc. So 70% of people that responded supported that as well. Where it turned is when, obviously, we were talking about supporting people that come here through the methods of the boats, at which point 89% of respondents did not support that policy. So when we asked the question of how many people supported the Council of Sanctuary Pledge as it's currently written, and on the survey, once again, it's been independently checked. On the survey, we gave the link to people to the original motion. We gave the link to the Council's website with all the details on it for them to read prior to answering this question. Around 90% of people didn't support the Council of Sanctuary Pledge in its current form. However, if you remove those who entered via the boats, that then policy changed to 57% of people supporting it. So it went from 10% of people supporting it with and 57% of people supporting it without. So it does show that the city's reasonable and does show that we do care about migration in this country as long as it's done through the legal method entirely. And we know obviously now in the city we've now got more people that arrived here on boats. We've got just over 700 than any other authority in Hampshire combined. And we really need to look at how we can disperse this across the county-wide more reasonably and more fairly. The motion that we've got today, I tried to keep it simple. As you can see, it was only a couple of lines because I didn't want to go into the I don't really want to go into the politics of it all, to be honest. I know it sounds crazy. But really what I want to go into is the fact that we do believe that this city needs a survey. If you don't want to trust the independent one, that's absolutely fine. But we would like a consultation to go out. We would like, and this consultation we've put in there, cross-party, so we can all, the group leaders can get together, decide on the consultation, we can decide on what's said, the content of it, absolutely put up the documents, make it fair, make it balanced, make it even. That's all we're asking for. And then give the people of Portsmouth the chance to have their voice officially, and we as a council should then act on that. Effectively, it's asking for a democratic process. And I hope the Liberal Democrats, being Democrats, would support that. That's what we're asking for, a democratic process. And then we can go from there. So that's what this motion's asking for. You know, we can go back and forth over what we think the city does want, doesn't want, what they support, doesn't support, X, Y, and Z, and we can sit here and argue about it all day. But the reality is that we don't know that factually, and a consultation would provide the information to determine whether this council does support that. If Reform run this council, we made it clear that we would scrap the Council of Sanctuary Pledge on day one. It's something we feel very passionately about, and we would scrap that. Let's see what happens in May. But we would still ask for a consultation. So that would be our policy if we run this council. So let's open this to the floor and see what happens.
Thank you very much. Councillor Horton.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. So I'm going to stick to the what's on the order papers. And like Councillor Madrick, I'm not here for an argument about refugees and asylum seekers, although I must place on record my thanks to Steph for summarising so much of what I think. But what I think it's really important that we have on public record, once again, what we're talking about. Portsmouth is a city of sanctuary. Portsmouth is not a council of sanctuary. Portsmouth councillors unanimously decided in this chamber 2 years ago, as we've referenced, so the majority of us here today, to pledge that we would pursue Council of Sanctuary accreditation which has not happened to date. So let me just repeat that we are a city of sanctuary, we are not a council of sanctuary, and there was a pledge that was made around accreditation. And I just want to focus on three things: what council of sanctuary is, what the motion is asking us to do, and whether the pledge remains something that this council wants to pursue. So some people conflate council of sanctuary and city of sanctuary. In fact, Lord Mayor, you've done it several times today already. City of sanctuary is, and I quote, a national charity started in 2005 that coordinates, supports and expands a network of groups, organisations across the UK committed to creating a culture of welcome, solidarity and safety for those fleeing violence and persecution. Part of what that charity does is to offer an awards programme to further those aims. So you have a University of Sanctuary, Council of Sanctuary. Council of Sanctuary is one of those awards, and it's basically a programme of work that seeks accreditation. It's a bit like Investors in People, White Ribbon, Disability Confident Employer. You submit what you do in this area, it's assessed against criteria, and you get the status or you don't get the status. As stated on the PCC website, which you've made reference to, but I will quote, as a council, we have a responsibility to provide services to everyone who lives here and to enable everyone in Portsmouth to be contributing members of our society. The Council of Sanctuary programme provides a framework that can help streamline support being offered to anyone placed in this city. This makes it more efficient for the council to perform its legal duties to provide support. It's run by the City of Sanctuary organisation, unquote. So Council of Sanctuary status does not change anything relating to who or how many asylum seekers the government places in the city, but it would highlight the efficiency of the work that we do, for example, with the Ukrainians, Hong Kong nationals, Afghans who come to the city under government schemes, as well as those fleeing persecution. So what is this motion asking us to do? And I'm reading it in a really straightforward way. I'm not here to play politics, as you said. I've read it several times, but unfortunately, with the absence of any detail, it's difficult to understand what the reason for or the nature of the consultation might be, both in terms of content or cost. I've got a little bit more idea now from what you've just said, Councillor Madrick, but that's very normative. They're statements that people imbibe with their own values, and I'm trying to stick to the actual facts here. So is it a consultation on the pledge or the action plan? Is it the statutory work? These all raise questions of why, but also would we do this for a citywide consultation for something, for example, like disability-friendly employer? We wouldn't go out across the city. Let's say there was a valid reason. Through a financial lens, it makes even less sense. There's an administrative, if we were to get the status, there's an administrative fee of £250 a year. And that's if we achieved it. It would cost a minimum. I did a little bit of homework. The last citywide consultation we did on cost of living, which was 2022, was 15k. That's quite a small, conservative estimate, and I didn't include inflation. Now, as we saw in the last full council budget meeting, it's a serious and responsible role that we carry as elected members. And our decisions need to be weighed up in terms of the impact we have on residents and the way we spend their money. We have a duty to research and inform ourselves on the facts and the impact of what we say and do. Of course, we won't all agree on what that looks like, but a citywide consultation to stop a £250 a year logo without stopping the work because it's statutory is negligent in my opinion. The third point I want to make is the reason that I was so supportive and brought the initial motion here about Council of Sanctuary. Does it reflect what we are proud and excel in Portsmouth? When you apply for a status, it's got to align with your values in the same way that you might wear a badge. Loads of people here are wearing badges today, and they'll have reasons why they're buying badges. It would be a public reminder that this City Council wants to create an inclusive, compassionate community through safe and supportive policies. I very much hope and believe that we would want that for any definable group in the city who need extra help. Children we care for, veterans, adults with learning difficulties, rough sleepers, those in recovery. This is not a deficit model. If we were to halt, freeze, drop Council of Sanctuary status, it would not add any resources to supporting another group of people. It would make no difference to the statutory work in supporting refugees and asylum seekers, but arguably it may make a negative difference on how people view the city and the experience of those people living in it. So in summary, Lord Mayor, can I finish my sentence? I cannot support a notice of motion that's not clear on its purpose, could waste public money and has the potential for bringing harm to the welcoming and inclusive values that we are proud of, especially in this centenary year of city status. Please vote against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. Councillor Corkery, welcome to the meeting. Do you have any interest you wish or need to declare?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Apologies for being late due to unavoidable work training. No declarations of interest.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Gerarda.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The Reform Group think they're really smart bringing this notice of motion today, just before the local elections. No doubt they have leaflets, social media content and a press release ready to go. I wouldn't be surprised if their dear leader, Nigel Farage, is waiting to get the green light so he can make media appearances about what we decide here today. Well, my Lord Mayor, the Reform Group's timing couldn't actually be worse. It couldn't be more politically naive to raise this motion at this precise moment. Why? Because of the illegal war Israel and the US are waging against Iran. It will displace millions, besides leading to rocketing energy prices. And the crazy thing, initially, Reform UK supported it. They supported creating more refugees, millions more. They don't seem to grasp something very obvious. You can't stop wars and stop boats. Over 2 weeks ago, Iran's capital, Tehran, was targeted by Israel and Trump, with the country's most senior political figure assassinated. Civilian locations have been bombed too, including a girls' school where 186, mainly young girls, were killed. The targeting of hospitals, schools, and built-up civilian areas has led to thousands of innocent women, men, and children needlessly dying. Energy infrastructure has also been hit, with harrowing scenes of plumes of smoke filling the skies over Tehran. As many of you know, my husband is Iranian. He has family in Tehran, including his 76-year-old aunt. Since the war began, we've had no contact with any of them. We have absolutely no idea if they are dead or alive, or if their family home is still standing. Do you know what that feels like? War is no joke, especially illegal ones, waged by megalomaniacs with no justification and no plan. And yet Reform's leader came out and immediately backed Trump. He immediately called for greater intervention and basically called our Prime Minister a wimp for not chiming in with this illegal war sooner. Even the Reform Group leader here in Portsmouth, Councillor Standen, jumped on the bandwagon and posted a video to social media with sharing similar sentiments. Then amazingly, Farage changed his tune. I wonder why. Because 60% of the population in a poll say that they do not agree with military intervention in Iran. And so in recent days, he's been flip-flopping, saying that actually any military support from our country should be defensive and not offensive, exactly as our Prime Minister has been saying from the beginning. But let me quote Farage from the start of this war. We should do all we can to support the operation. We need to accept that we are part of this with the Americans and the Israelis. We have to take the gloves off. We have to get rid of this regime. While all of this is happening, the Reform Group in our city comes to our full council demanding harsh measures on refugees. Well, Reform UK, you need to learn that you can't have your cake and eat it. You can't cheerlead your best pal Trump and his illegal wars that lead to the displacement of literally millions of people and then not expect refugees. Iran is a country of 93 million people. If it descends into civil war like Syria, do they have any idea what that means for Europe? What that means for us? At this point, I'm unsure if they understand the basic logic of cause and effect. Just like while you're cheering on an illegal war in a place in the world we get our oil from, that surprise, surprise, if a war breaks out in that region, sources will be restricted and prices will skyrocket, exactly as we've seen with historically high prices in the global oil market. Again, come on guys, basic cause and effect. Wars abroad create cost of living crisis here, even in Portsmouth, as we saw with Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And hilariously, their group is anti-net zero, when this war shows us, again, that our reliance on
Ladies and gentlemen
fossil
in the
fuels...
gallery, if you could just let people speak, I'd be most grateful, without interrupting. Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Gerardo.
...is not financially sustainable.
Ladies and gentlemen, the councillor is able to speak and it should be heard without interruption, as would you expect of anybody with decent manners. Thank you. Thank you. Well, please show it.
I'm talking about Portsmouth. This is
sir,
about, no, this is about petrol
can you
pumps
let people
in
speak?
Portsmouth.
If not, if you'd like to leave
Of course
the
it's
village.
about Portsmouth. Can I continue,
Of
my
course
Lord Mayor?
you can.
Thank you. Hilariously, and I'll repeat it because obviously this one hit a nerve, their group is also anti-net zero, which shows us again that our reliance on fossil fuels is not financially sustainable. And if we maximise our own sources of sustainable energy, we would minimise our chances of experiencing financial shocks. It's basic economics. Turning back to this motion today, there's absolutely no way the Labour group would support this motion. The Council of Sanctuary motion came to full council in March 2024, and during that debate, absolutely no Portsmouth Independent councillors spoke out against the motion. Very conveniently, Councillor Strudwick and Councillor Madgwick left the room before the vote happened. If you don't believe me, look at the recording. It's on YouTube. You can see it for yourselves. And then we had a vote, and all of the Portsmouth Independent councillors, as far as I remember, voted for it, including their deputy leader, Councillor Simpson. So the motion passed, and the wheels were set in motion. Then after that meeting, the PIT group tried to spin that something very undemocratic had happened and suggested that there should have been a consultation or a referendum. And the hatred, division and targeting of refugees that has ensued since has been absolutely unforgivable, all for the sake of PIT Group building its email database ahead of local elections. A member of the group has cheered on targeting the hotels refugees are housed in, which saw protests for months, with absolutely no thought that most of its residents are women and children. I was interrupted.
I know, and we give you some more time, so please
Thank you.
come
That's
to the claim.
2/3 are women and children at the hotel. They've had to endure intimidating behaviour from a rent-a-mob crowds that are hell-bent on making refugees' lives a misery. And for what exactly?
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor
Can I
Gerardo.
sum up just one last point?
Have a single sentence.
So, my Lord Mayor, we have absolutely no interest in ripping up a pledge that most councillors backed just 2 years ago, which supports some of our city's most vulnerable residents, just to provide good content for the Reform Group's election material. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gerardo. Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Unsurprisingly, I will not be supporting this notice of motion. At its core, this proposal asks us to do two things. First, to remove the Council of Sanctuary pledge immediately, and second, to delay any meaningful engagement with residents until a process is agreed that requires unanimous sign-off from group leaders. I believe both elements take us in the wrong direction, practically, morally and democratically. Let us start with the pledge itself. The Council of Sanctuary commitment is not an abstract political gesture. It's a statement about who we are as a city. It reflects our willingness to place as a place of safety, dignity and inclusion for people who may have fled war, persecution or unimaginable hardship. Removing it immediately sends a very clear message, and I would argue the wrong one. It tells some of the most vulnerable people in our communities that their welcome here is conditional, fragile and subject to sudden withdrawal. Colleagues, is that really the message we want to send? This motion also risks undermining the stability and trust we have worked hard to build. Communities, especially those who feel marginalised, rely on consistency from public institutions. If we can remove a pledge like this overnight, what confidence can we have in the commitments we make in the future? Now, let us turn to the consultation. On the surface, calling for a citywide consultation sounds reasonable. Of course, we should listen to residents, but this motion does not simply propose consultation, it places it behind a requirement for unanimous sign-off from group leaders on the questions themselves. In practice, that creates a veto. Any one group leader could delay or block the process entirely. That is not good governance. It is a recipe for paralysis. It risks turning a genuine opportunity for public engagement into a political bottleneck. Moreover, we must ask, why remove the pledge before the consultation has even taken place? If we truly believe in listening to residents, then surely the logical approach is to maintain our current position while we seek their views, not to preempt the outcome by scrapping the pledge first. Good decision-making should be evidence-led, not preemptive. Colleagues, we can support open, inclusive consultation without dismantling the values that define us. We can ensure robust scrutiny of consultation questions without creating procedural barriers that make engagement harder, not easier. This motion does the opposite. It weakens a clear statement of our city's values and replaces it with uncertainty, delay, and the risk of deadlock. Finally, as pointed out by Councillor Gerarda, I wish to also point out that the original motion was passed unanimously on the 19th of March 2024. This included any members of the now Reform group under their previous guise as the Portsmouth Independence Party in attendance at that meeting. Any change in direction under their latest incarnation should be clear for anyone watching or listening to see for themselves. So I urge members, let us reject this motion, let us stand by our commitments, engage our residents in good faith, and demonstrate that this council leads with both principle and pragmatism. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Standen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll keep this quite short and sweet. As you all know, I wasn't part of the decision to pass any vote for the city, not the City of Sanctuary, the Council of Sanctuary. However, we don't feel like this is the smart thing to do. We feel like this is the right thing to do, to give the people of Portsmouth their choice of whether they want us to be a Council of Sanctuary or not. And if people don't think it is the right thing to do to take out a tyrannical dictator, then you need more help than I first thought. In the deputation that was made today, it was clearly stated that the people of Portsmouth should have a choice. And residents, more than any other, bring this to me. Okay? This motion gives exactly that. It gives residents a choice whether they want us to be a Council of Sanctuary or not. That is what we are bringing forward. And I can assure you that if this motion does not pass today, you will be punished in the ballot boxes in May.
Thank you, Councillor. Ladies and gentlemen, Councillor Adeniran.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My own is very simple. I rise to oppose this motion. Portsmouth has always been a proud, resilient, and welcoming city. As a historic maritime city, our identity has been shaped by people who arrived here from different parts of the world and chose to make Portsmouth their home. Over generations, that diversity has strengthened our communities, enriched our culture, and contributed to the prosperity of our city. As a BAME councillor in Portsmouth, originally from Nigeria in Africa, this issue is also deeply personal to me. I know firsthand what it means to come to a new country, to work hard, integrate, and contribute to the community that welcomes you. If I may briefly share my own story, I came to Portsmouth in 2009. This city welcomed me, and it has become my home. My children were educated here, and today they are working, contributing to the economy and paying their taxes. I run a care agency here in the city, providing jobs for local people and supporting vulnerable elderly residents so they can live independently in their own homes. That is the reality for many people who come here. They work hard, they contribute, and they give back to the communities that gave them an opportunity. People seeking refuge or asylum are often fleeing unimaginable hardship, war, persecution, and violence. Many arrive with little more than hope for safety and the chance to rebuild their lives. They deserve to be treated with dignity, compassion, and fairness. However, I also want to address something very important in recent discussions. Some of the messaging around this issue has created fear among residents about people seeking asylum. I believe we must be extremely careful not to send the wrong message to our communities. Let me be clear. If anyone commits a crime, and I repeat it, if anyone commits a crime, whether it is a serious offense, such as rape or any other crime, they must face the full force of the law. There should be no tolerance for criminal behavior. But crime can be committed by anyone, regardless of their color, nationality, or background. It is wrong and deeply unfair to generalize or stigmatize an entire group of people because of the action of a few individuals. Instead, we should hold individuals accountable for their actions, while protecting innocent people who are simply trying to live peacefully, work hard, and contribute to society. For many of us, our values are also guided by faith and moral responsibility. In the book of Genesis, Cain asked the question, "Am I my brother's keeper?" The message reminds us that we do indeed share responsibility for one another. And in the book of Galatians, we are encouraged to carry each other's burden. These principles reflect the compassion, responsibilities, and humanity that underpinned our society. Britain is known around the world as a country of fairness, opportunity, and refuge. Portsmouth should continue to reflect those values. Of course, listening to residents is important. Consultation and engagement with our communities must always be part of decision-making. But removing the Council of Sanctuary pledge before those conversations activate risks, sending a message of exclusion and division rather than confidence and unity. Portsmouth is stronger when we bring people together, not when we draw lines that risk separating our communities. We should be building a city where everyone who lives here, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to contribute, belong, and thrive. For this reason, my Lord Mayor, I urge my colleagues to reject this motion and stand for unity, compassion, and the welcoming spirit that has always defined our great city, Portsmouth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adediran. Councillor Hugh Mason.
My Lord Mayor, I want to address two things. The first is the motion itself. One of the characteristics of democracy in this country is at the ballot box, we elect people to use their judgment and make decisions. This council was elected to use its judgment and make a decision. We made a decision. What we're being asked to do is to say, well, perhaps we didn't get it right, or perhaps we should have listened to a large number of people, or if we should have gone out. This is not the way we run democracy in this country. We run it through the ballot box. We run it by electing people who think about things, use their judgment, and come to a conclusion. So I oppose the structure of this motion. What I also do is to oppose what people will see in this motion. What they will see in this is a weakening of this council's commitment to welcome and support people who have come here and who are not as yet fully integrated into our society. To do this by removing support from the Council of Sanctuary idea, and consequently to resile from this council's commitment to working towards the Council of Sanctuary award. In essence, my Lord Mayor, this city's support for the newcomer is nothing new. It is our tradition. This city has always welcomed the sojourner within its gates, as the book of Deuteronomy describes them. We have done this for centuries. I think of Marc Brunel, fleeing the revolutionary terror in France. I think of Jewish people, including the parents of one of your predecessors, my Lord Mayor, Emmanuel Emanuel, fleeing the pogroms of Eastern Europe. I think of Polish people fleeing the extermination wrought by Adolf Hitler. I think of Kurdish people after Halabja, escaping the tyranny of Saddam Hussein. I think of Ukrainians fleeing the invasion and destruction wrought upon their country by Vladimir Putin. And for me, I also think of 4 young African boys, 2 of whom had never been able to see their home country, who came here 40 years ago when I married their mother. To all of these people, our city gave a welcome. Often it gave sanctuary, sometimes a lot of support, but it always helped them integrate into a new life. This is a fine and proud heritage of our city. Lord Mayor, our city has a proud reputation for welcoming the stranger. Let us not resile from it. Let us not put it in jeopardy. Let us not turn our back on those who need our welcome, and let us decisively reject this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It probably won't surprise you to hear that I oppose this motion, not simply because I disagree with it politically, but because I believe it runs contrary to the values that define this country. Britain, at its best, has never been a nation built on suspicion or on turning away from people in need. At our best, we are a country shaped by fairness, compassion, and the simple belief that we look after one another. These values are not abstract ideals. They are woven through our history, our communities, and for many people through faith as well. I believe this motion and the attitude behind it is contrary to the values I hold as a Christian. Let us not forget that Matthew tells us in his gospel of Jesus and his parents having to flee to Egypt to escape Herod. The Holy Family themselves were refugees escaping persecution. Another passage from Leviticus tells us, "And if a stranger dwells with you in your land, you shall not mistreat him. The stranger who dwells among you shall be to you as one born among you, and you shall love him as yourself." My Lord Mayor, the pledge as it exists is in line with British values and the Christian values I hold as a member of the Anglican Communion. I promise that's all the preaching and scripture I have for today. Now let me have a look at the motion, which I'm sure my colleagues across the chamber are well aware is going to fall. It's clearly pre-election leaflet fodder. They know the motion has no hope of success, yet they bring it forth to us today so their election material can say their attempts to restrict immigration was shot down by the liberal wokerati. Well, I'm calling it out. It's performative posturing, more suited to reality TV than this city's great council chamber. Reform, in the wording, are asking for a citywide consultation without consideration for the cost of creating and running a process. Though having seen how Reform are running other councils, costings don't seem to be something they think about. They are also, my Lord Mayor, as Councillor Mason said, ignoring the fact this country is a representative, not a plebiscite democracy. We are elected to make decisions for the rest of the population. That is how democracy works in the United Kingdom. Now, I honestly do not understand the lack of empathy behind this. In my view, the true measure of a society is how it treats the most vulnerable and needy, wherever they may be from. It's basic humanity. This motion is wanting us to cancel out our promise to help those in need, trading empathy for suspicion and understanding for division. The choice before us is not simply about emotion, it's about what kind of politics we want to practice. Do we choose division or decency? Do we lean into fear or lean into empathy? Do we look for scapegoats or do we look for solutions? My Lord Mayor, I will always stand on the side of empathy, decency, and the belief that our community is stronger when we recognise our shared humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coles. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I thought it might be useful to add my perspective as the only independent councillor, I believe, who have been elected as an independent and then stuck to that throughout their term during this period of our council. And I think that provides an outside perspective on some of the kind of party political considerations that people might be considering today. I also wanted to speak as the grandson of immigrants who came to this country in the 1950s in search of a better life, in search of better pay, in search of better housing, and to work here and contribute to the country. And it just makes me think, what would happen if they came 70 years later? At that time, they were coming from Ireland. Okay, they were white, they probably didn't suffer as much blatant racism and prejudice, but there was still a bit of it around. But they were coming from a country which had been savaged by civil war and war in their recent memory, in the memory of their parents. They were coming here, as people would call them today, economic migrants. They were coming here in search of work and to contribute. And what would the reaction been of today when they got off that boat? I also wanted to talk about the local elections that were coming up. I mean, there's been some really great speeches before me, so there's not much left to be said, and I can really pay homage to the councillors that have got up and spoken already. But I think we need to be clear that this motion is about the local elections. It's about starting off the toxic environment that is going to happen over the coming weeks. And we all know that the leaflets that are going to be put around and the absolute rubbish that's going to be spread on the doorstep to really whip up that fear and division in the hope of gaining a few extra votes out of it. And look, to some extent, politics is about appealing to people and understanding what people care about. But I also think as people that are elected representatives and people that are seeking to become elected representatives, we also have a responsibility to consider the impact of our actions, the impact of our words. Words do have consequences. Leaflets have consequences and policies have consequences. And when you go around stirring up division, making people become more and more fearful of their neighbours and their colleagues and the people they see walking down the street, that has real-world consequences. It has consequences for those people who are fearful, quite often without good reason, but also has massive consequences for those minority groups and those vulnerable people who have done nothing wrong. And let's be quite clear, the vast majority of people that have come to this country have done nothing wrong previously, will do nothing wrong in future, and have simply come here to escape something that is either really bad, or perhaps like my grandparents, perhaps they're not escaping something, perhaps they're coming here to contribute in search of a better life, to help support our public services, to help support our tax system. I also wanted to pick up briefly, just because it's a bugbear of mine, on something that was mentioned in the proposer's speech, this fake distinction between illegal immigrants or illegal refugees and legal refugees. Because, I mean, I would just put to them perhaps the question, what is the legal process for claiming refugee status outside of the UK? If you're saying people shouldn't come here then claim refugee status, what is the process by which they do that? Do they go to the British Embassy in their country and say, look, this is my situation, can I gain refugee status in your country? That would be quite a good system, actually, and that might stop a lot of the issues and would arguably stop the boats, but it's not possible. Those systems don't exist. So there is a broken asylum system in this country, but it's not the problem of the vulnerable people trying to escape war and famine and whatever else it is that's happening in those countries. It's the problem of the people at the top who have created the broken system and aren't taking that action that's necessary to fix it in the first place. So like I said, I think a lot of great stuff has already been said in this speech, Lord Mayor, so I won't go on too much, but all I will do is finish off by saying, in my opinion, no one is illegal, and refugees are welcome here in this city of Portsmouth. Please oppose the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. When I read this motion, I thought this is the reform group getting the City Council to pay for a survey that they can campaign on. It's basically paying for the reform to campaign on their policy to be against asylum seekers and also to cancel out the move to a pledge on the City of Sanctuary. It's also the case that when this was publicised before, the councillors, and particularly Councillor Madgery, was very keen to misrepresent what the Council of Sanctuary was about. He specifically linked it to the idea that it encourages more people to come to the city. This is utter nonsense, utter nonsense. If you can tell me that people are sitting there and actually know that we've got the City of Sanctuary in Portsmouth and are actually coming up with that, I mean, it is actually ludicrous, completely ludicrous. The other thing as well about the survey, he talks about the survey they did. I used to do some work for Ipsos Mori, so I know about surveys. I know what we were trained to do. And self-selected surveys cannot be taken as representative. If you're going to do proper surveys, you have to have a method measures of sampling and so on. So I'm not going to go into detail, but clearly it doesn't really work as an objective method of research. And I'm pretty sure that if there was any survey being done, Reform would not keep quiet about it. They would be out there campaigning. They'd be trying to boost the numbers of people to try to get their view across. So it's not really a very practical way of dealing with the issue. I think the problem we've got here is that the Reform group are desperately looking for things to campaign on. And Councillor Stanley says, oh, they're going to punish us. Well, to be honest, I haven't had a lot of people talking about Council Sanctuary on my doorsteps when I've been talking in St Jude, and I think they're mistaken. I'd also suggest that there is an underlying threat that is being imposed here by Reform, a hostility to people who are not allegedly British. What does British mean? My mum was born in Canada. Am I British? Somebody said no. Oh. My father is from Scotland. Am I Scottish? Am I not? Yeah. I think the problem is, the problem we've got here is this attempt to divide is really, really seriously problematic. When I fill in the census, I call myself British. A lot of people now choose different identities, but there's nothing wrong with describing themselves as English, Welsh or Scottish. We have to remember that trying to turn identity into a badge which you can then direct against someone else is really, really dangerous. It's a dangerous politics, and we should not indulge in that sort of stuff. We owe responsibilities to people who, for example, in Afghanistan, helped our forces to deal with the Taliban. Some of those people have not been helped. They have been abandoned and left behind. And quite frankly, I don't care how they come to this country. If they want to come here and get here, I prefer them not to come by boats because that's really wrong, really dangerous and very bad. We should be giving those people the support they actually need. So I think the motive behind this motion is not a good one for the city. And I think Councillor Madgery knows very well what he's doing. He knows hostility to migrants gets him votes, and he's going to push that button as much as he possibly can. So I don't expect him to change his views on that. I'm just going to say something very briefly about international matters since they have been raised. Our interventions in Iraq and Libya have proved less than successful. The idiot that currently occupies the White House has not got a clue what he is doing. He changes his mind from day to day. He hasn't got a strategic sense of what he wants to achieve. And that sort of way of operating will lead us into disaster. An ongoing war that nobody knows when it's going to end because we have to wait for Mr. Trump to decide when it's going to end. It might go on for a year, it might go on for 2 days. This is not a way in which you deal with military strategy. I went to a talk on Saturday from Admiral Sir Jonathan Band, who used to be head of the Naval Services. He was less than complimentary about the strategic thinking going on within the Americans. I would much rather take the views of someone like Sir Jonathan Band, who has real experience of war. He served in the Falklands. He was with Margaret Thatcher and President Reagan when the Falklands War was on. And I think people who cheerlead wars that have been created like this should recognise the really serious knock-on consequences of real refugees, people who will be homeless and hopeless because they have no help. So I think this is a very serious matter. The international situation is really bad, and I think the President of the United States is leading us into real disaster. But going back to the local issue, I think we should avoid the politics of division that is really behind this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Heaney. I have no other speakers, so Councillor Madgwick. Oh, sorry. When I said there are no more speakers, I do get that, Councillor Pitt, so terribly sorry. Councillor Madgwick, you will need to wait. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to take us back to when all of this stuff started, because as we've already heard, we had a debate at full council. There were only 2 or 3 people who spoke, and it passed unanimously. And as we've already heard, Councillor Madgwick, Councillor Strubwick were out of the chamber when the vote actually took place. But and then nothing was said. So there was no suddenly, oh my goodness, I wasn't in the room, look what they've done. There was no activity around it at all, and until it came to signing the pledge to work towards being a council of sanctuary. Not to sign up to council of sanctuary. You don't do that. You work towards something. So working towards it has always been about making sure that the way in which we deliver the things that we are legally obliged to do by the government are done in the best way, the most empathetic way and the most efficient way possible, to say that no one who is seeking sanctuary, this is not about illegal immigrants, as much as Councillor Madgwick would like it to be, no one who is seeking sanctuary will be disadvantaged in the city of Portsmouth. So what would actually happen if this was, if we went along with reform today and this was revoked? Nothing. Absolutely nothing would change. Nothing. So I know everybody's been very kind in saying, oh, it's about leaflet fodder. It's worse than that. It's just smoke and mirrors. This is the Emperor's new clothes, Lord Mayor. There is nothing to see here. There is no work happening that is changing anything that this council would do if they were leading it in May. So they are the people misleading the electorate because they're making out that they'll do something that they won't do because there's nothing to do. It's this fundamental, it's nonsense. So that's what happened on the 19th of March, and it was no big deal to anybody then until somebody suddenly decided that maybe it might be something good to campaign on. And then the more mystifying event took place on the 15th of October 2024. That was some 7 months after the Council of Sanctuary debate had happened. After the local elections, when it wasn't fought on as an issue. But when the corporate plan was brought to the council, Lord Mayor, Councillor Madgwick and Councillor Strubwick were in the room. And they didn't object to it. Not a word said. Very happy. Passed unanimously, the minute drifted by, nobody cared. The corporate plan included this council's pledge to work towards Council of Sanctuary. So they not only didn't oppose it at the time that it was adopted and said not one word about it, they sat in the room and allowed another document that continued the work to sail through without any objection or saying anything about it. But of course, then we weren't a few weeks away from a local election, were we? The key piece of information you need to say is in one of the very first posts he ever did on this publicly. Councillor Madgwick said, they are also saying the policy isn't promoting or encouraging more to come into the city, but of course it does. That is a lie. It does not. It never did, and it never will. That was a lie. And predicated on that lie, myself and dozens of other people in this city and hundreds of people seeking asylum in this city placed here by the government have taken abuse, threats and worse because of that lie. It's a disgrace.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Are there anybody else? No? Okay, thank you, Councillor Madgwick.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. just picking up on what Steve has said, he's slightly right. We didn't challenge it after the motion. The motion, sorry? Oh, thank you, Charlotte. We'll get to you in a moment. So, Councillor Pitt, is slightly correct. We did have a motion and obviously go through, but it wasn't a binding motion. And we didn't challenge it directly afterwards because the motion said about going to Cabinet. So we assumed it was going to Cabinet. We spoke to senior officers about it. They told us it would be going to Cabinet, so we assumed that would be where we would discuss this. Obviously, it then took us to our surprise when we were told that, that obviously there'll be a Council of Sanctuary signing, at which point that's when myself and Councillor Simpson started to challenge it and started that process. Susie, we realised that obviously we're not a Council of Sanctuary.
Councillor Madgett, if we could keep it formal to people.
Councillor Hornton, we realised that it's not a Council of Sanctuary. I didn't actually mean that one. I apologise. Council of Sanctuary pledge. We realised it's a pledge and we haven't become one yet, but our obviously aim is to stop that going forward. We've made that's obviously not a secret, so that's absolutely fine. Hugh, Councillor Mason, I keep doing that. That's a Freudian slip now, isn't it? Councillor Mason, no disrespect, sir. Good, that's okay. Wonderful, sir. Hugh's correct. Councillor Mason's correct. Here you go. We use the ballot box in just 6 weeks, 7 weeks, is it? So there will be a determination, and I think Labour will get an absolute wipeout. And I think that'll either go to Liberals or go to us over here. But one of the things you said, Councillor Mason, was that you said that we are elected to make decisions, and doing the survey, just because we might have got it wrong, we shouldn't do that. And I'd like to highlight that we elected a Labour government. Well, I certainly didn't, but the general population elected a Labour government. They didn't say about LGR, but yet we've been in this chamber trying to get consultations and surveys and stuff to challenge that. So I think a survey is appropriate. So I do thank my Liberal colleagues for, as I say, trying to make it not as divisive as possible. Unfortunately, obviously, our Labour colleagues come in with God knows how many scripts from their masters. Councillor Graham Heaney, obviously you spoke from the heart, and I appreciate that without a script. Very factual. But Councillor Gerarda seems to forget, almost she's had like a memory loss, actually, in fact, that they're the party that went into Iraq and committed a war on false information of weapons of mass destruction. That's you guys. That's you guys. You did that. And that was an unsanctioned war as well. So let's not be hypocritical, shall we? And I don't know why we're going off this tangent about Donald Trump and all that stuff. That's not what this motion was trying to do. But while we're here, you know, you're the party that can't even get a boat sent out to protect our own waters. And we're talking about incentives. You guys have just offered 40 grand. That's a bloody incentive. That's an incentive, because if I was in France right now as a migrant, I think, let me get across the ocean. I get over there, get 40 grand and go back. So if you want to talk about incentives, it's a Labour government that are offering incentives to bring more to this country. And your own Prime Minister said that we're turning into an island of strangers. That's you guys did that. So let's not be hypocritical here. And Councillor Adeniran, you said that everyone can commit a crime. And you're correct, absolutely. Anyone can commit a crime. But it is factual to say that Afghan migrants commit 20 times more sexual assault convictions in this country than any other native-born person, regardless of their colour, descent, religion. They commit 20 times more than the people that are natively born in this country. That is a problem that shouldn't be ignored. So we tried to do this motion without it being massively divisive. Labour obviously stopped that. I thank Liberal colleagues for sticking to that and doing that. I know we fundamentally disagree on it, but I do respect the fact that you kept it factual, and I do appreciate that. And just finally, because we're talking about the results, obviously we did try and pay for the study because I realised that we didn't want to do it ourselves. If anybody is interested, from the survey results, obviously 97% of people that support reform are against the Council of Sanctuary, 91% of Conservatives are against the Council of Sanctuary pledge, 83% of Labour voters are against this, 61% of Liberal voters are against this, and only the Greens support it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Standen.
I'd like to request a recorded vote on this, please.
You need 8 members standing to make sure that happens.
Yep.
Okay, that hits. I think that's the 8. Okay, that's correct, is it, James? That is 8, yes. That's okay. Then we'll be doing a named vote. James, do you want to take over?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Hope to have a voice now. Thank you. So, for those in favour of this notice of motion, Please stand and take your seat once I have read out your name. Those in favour? Councillor Gardner, Councillor Swan, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Fazakerley, Councillor Strudwick, Councillor Madgwick, Councillor Tyndall, Councillor Cordy, Councillor Dent and Councillor Standen. Those who are against this notice of motion, please stand and take your seat once I call your name. Councillor Adeniran, Councillor Ghosh, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Corkery, Councillor Coles, Councillor Shah, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Vallely, Councillor Gerarda, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Holder, Councillor Dorrington, Councillor Kadir, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Barrett, Councillor Brown, Councillor Candlish, Councillor Adair, Councillor Mason, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Horton, Councillor Pitt and Councillor Sanders. All those who wish to abstain, please stand and take your seat once I say your name, and that is Councillor Brent and the Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, the result of that is 10 in favour, 24 against, 2 abstention, therefore that falls. We can now move to item C, depaving in Portsmouth, the way forward proposed by Councillor Judith Smythe and seconded by Councillor George Fielding. Councillor Smythe, the floor is yours. Are you happy to propose this?
Thank you. I'm happy to propose it, but I rather would prefer it if we just have perhaps a couple of minutes of silence and deep breathing, because this is a very slow motion. This is not a motion to do with anger.
So, colleagues, would you like a 10-minute break now? Yeah. Okay. So 10-minute break now. Back at 4 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, before you quickly get up, can I point out that there are tickets for sale at the end for the Easter hamper for the Lord Mayor's Charities, and I'm happy to deprive you of cash by card or anything else. Heather, would you like to come and collect the mace? ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. My apologies that it's slightly after 4 o'clock. I was selling raffle tickets, but I may call more adjournments so that those people who have failed to buy them so far will have no excuse not to come and buy raffle tickets. Good. And so we're on item C. Councillor Judith Smythe to propose, Councillor George Fielding to second. Councillor Smythe, I think you said you were happy to propose. Councillor Fielding, are you happy to second?
Formally seconding and reserve my right to speak, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I ask, are there any amendments to this, Peter? No, that's good. Okay, so Councillor Smythe, thank you very much indeed. If you'd like to introduce your motion.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, this is a slow motion. It's about small plants. It's about seeds that have lain under concrete for perhaps decades. It's about nematodes. It's about birds and insects. It's actually also about big trees that take decades to grow. Pretty slow, but you have to start in the soil. It's about water coming down in rain. We've had a lot of that recently, being able to seep through the ground drip by drip. By drip, it's about them avoiding having to go straight into the nearest drain and then causing our local sewage plant to overflow and put that water together with sewage into the sea. This is all about avoiding the climate emergency, increasing biodiversity, improving air quality, and they're all about the slow scientific research that is gradually telling us about the things that we're doing wrong. And one of the things we're doing wrong across cities in the world is to cover the soil with concrete and impermeable material. Sometimes you've obviously got to have buildings there, but the rest of the land should be up for consideration as an open space of soil, maybe grasscrete, that sort of thing, so that things can come through, those little seeds can germinate and come through. And so that birds and insects thrive. I hope it's not going to be that long it takes. It is a slower thing we were talking about before. It's not about snap decisions about process. And I indeed have not put any very fast actions required in this, because I think it will take time for people to get their heads around it, including the consultation that involves. But my son has bought a house in Bermondsey, and they've had to transform it very gradually from basically a concreted place. And I sat yesterday in rather chilly weather watching my two tiny grandchildren with tiny little spades I bought them, digging away, and sometimes coming over and commenting that there was they'd found a worm, or that they had found a tiny little seedling, which wouldn't have stood a chance of life in the previous garden. And these are things that shouldn't be the subject of party politics, but they are things that about which I am deeply concerned, and as I know as you all know, and that they're concerns that I think all of you share. This is about depaving and why it's important. First, I'd like to say thank you to Rachel Hudson and Megan Howson, who are still up there patiently listening to us, for their deputation, but indeed also more than that, for helping me to research and write this motion. In fact, my first version of this motion, but it got cut off, was a footnote thanking them for the research that lies behind this, what I think is very much a self-explanatory case for depaving. So I'm not going to go through this in detail, because I think you all have read it, but I want to just say that that depaving is important because by sealing the soil, cities are losing the benefits of a range of essential ecosystem services, such as preventing floods and spills from combined sewers, cleaning road runoff, cooling the air, and supporting biodiversity. And such is the alarm in a growing number of countries that strategies for soil de-sealing, which is also known as depaving, are being introduced. Actually, I'd like a name that's a bit more about soil liberation or something like that, but creating an international vocabulary is not easy. Many areas are unnecessarily sealed. Sometimes whole school playgrounds are covered in impermeable materials, and public buildings like community buildings have impermeable parking, hospitals, car parks, public squares, road central reservations and street build-outs. I think there is some evidence it's getting better. People are thinking more about that, and obviously we do have the SUDS legislation that affects buildings in new developments, which means that more of the water is going to go drip, drip, drip down through the soil rather than whoosh into the sewage and cause us difficulties with floods coming and going in the sewage system. But to restore the ecosystem services, soil needs to be depaved, restructured and planted with native trees, shrubs and flowers. I mean, green roofs, green walls, planters and permeable membranes are quite good for insects and things like that, but they don't do the job we want with soil. So I just wanted to, I'm sure you've read through the evidence. I wanted to go through the resolutions. First of all, they're gentle resolutions, because I don't think we're going to do anything about this tomorrow. But certain things need to be started. Request that the Leader of the Council writes to the Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs to request more legislation nationally and the publication of national standards and targets to encourage local desealing action in England, in line with other countries. There are lots of examples of other countries doing that, including one you can all look up in Holland, where they do something called telewippen, which means basically pulling up the paving slabs. There's some nice stories about that. Second one is to ask the Cabinet Member for Climate Change and Greening, Councillor Barrett, to develop desealing targets for Portsmouth, as was requested by our deputies, Rachel and Megan. Using one of the approaches that's worked well in other countries, that could work well for Portsmouth. And lastly, to request that the Cabinet Member for Environment Services, in anticipation of the ending of the highway maintenance contract with COLAS, develop new specifications.
Judith, you could just be
I'm just doing it very quickly. Develop new specifications for depaving across the city. This can't happen in the 10 minutes before deciding who to use to do our...
Councillor Smythe, I think if you could just be closing down. Yeah. Thank you very much
indeed. We need to renegotiate the COLAS.
Thank you very much.
And lastly, to request...
Councillor Smythe, we've gone over your time. If we can now move on. Councillor Barrett, you are next.
You can read the last paragraph.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I firstly wanted to thank those who came to do deputations today for their contributions, but also to Councillor Smythe and Councillor Fielding as well for bringing this motion forward today. I'm really pleased as well. It's been a campaign that they've been doing for quite some time now, that our local Friends of the Earth group are encouraging people to depave in their gardens wherever possible. It's a really important campaign, and I do encourage you to have a look at what they're doing, and if you can, please do. Now I've got my own property and I can make my own decisions. I'm pleased to let you know that I finally got my husband to agree that he will depave part of the garden over the summer. I'm now holding into that, so I'll send you some photos. Depaving might sound like a small initiative in the grand scheme of greening and environmental projects that we do as a council or that the community can do, but it really does provide some really great results in the area that you do this in. By removing hard concreted or paved surfaces, replacing them with trees, greenery, soil, or just planting in general, it tackles a number of extremely important things. One thing which has been mentioned, it enables us to look into urban heat issues. It's a real problem in this city that has been made abundantly clear to us by local schools, care homes and residents as well. We're reducing surface water flooding by doing that, which not only betters our communities to make them better to live in, but also benefits sewage systems by reducing the volume of rainwater entering combined sewer networks, something that we've been speaking with Southern Water about and working out where to find the most sustainable solutions for. We're also restoring nature in our neighbourhoods, such as increasing biodiversity, which is hugely important, but also trying to find areas where we can open up small green spaces for people to enjoy and create those green corridors, which are vital for the city as well. My team are working alongside a number of officers and departments across the council, like traffic and transport, parks, housing, wherever we can to do this and increase these spaces as much as possible as well. I do want to highlight some really great successful projects that have been going on, such as the first rain garden on London Road in North End, just outside of Liddell's. And our depaving project in the Buckland, it's part of our Buckland Master Plan project as well. Something that I think is really important. We've brought the residents along with us. The residents who live there have been involved in this. It's a densely populated area, very concretey and grey. And I'm really pleased that they sort of got involved and they've been part of that as well. That work has been wonderful at creating more space for our nature and enhancing the places they live in. And as I said, it's been really welcomed by residents, and it's been a really great case study to be able to forward that work. We're learning from that work to identify opportunities for delivery elsewhere across the city. And looking at that means we can increase the benefits that de-sealing provides. We've also removed some of the tarmac around some of the tree pits across the city, some of you might have seen, because that's unnecessary. And we're also working with our schools to help with their sustainable urban drainage and the issues with heat as well. I'm also pleased to say that there are some rain gardens going into Central Southsea in the next month or so as part of the Active Pompey Neighbourhood Scheme. And thank you very much to the ward councillors for supporting that initiative. I'm also really pleased to say that the local plan contains green infrastructure standards that align with Natural England's green infrastructure standards. Portsmouth's local plan is one of the first to do so, and we should be really proud of that, and it's been recognised by Natural England. An urban greening factor is identified within those policies as well, so please do have a look if you haven't seen that already. Due to Portsmouth's land pressures, every square metre like this counts. Therefore, this is why we are focusing on action where it is needed most and where it will deliver the most benefits for our residents by ensuring that we do as much as possible. This is why we're working to support depaving in schools through funding from the Department of Education and through other sources as well. We know that heat and surface water flooding is already a disruptor to learning and play, and additionally, increased natural spaces as a result of depaving projects, they really offer the opportunity to learn more as well, not just adults, but children as well. It's important to say that de-sealing and depaving can be expensive sometimes, and that sometimes it's not always feasible. For example, we do need to take into consideration underground utilities and land contamination. But it also could be, and this is what we found in some locations where we've looked to do this, that the groundwater levels are high and therefore de-sealing will not lead to a reduction in that surface water flooding, which is what we need. That's why we are exploring opportunities in partnership with Southern Water to identify the areas this would be most beneficial for, because we want to get the best bang for our buck with this. I wanted to add some positive news. I have said about this before, so sorry if I bore you about this, but I think it's something we should all be proud of. So in the last 6 months, the council has increased its capacity for nature recovery and nature-based solutions. One reason for this is funding awarded by the National Lottery Heritage Fund as part of the Nature Towns and Cities programme. I'm really pleased to say it's given the council increased staff capacity, which includes a principal strategic biodiversity officer and funding for the council to engage in consultancy support for a biodiversity strategy and action plan and a green infrastructure strategy and implementation plan. That will soon be published, and it confirms commitments to biodiversity and nature recovery. So I just want to add that I'm really up for doing anything like this, and especially something that delivers tangible results that we can all see and benefit from. I'm pleased to say I've had the support to do this from my cabinet colleagues, my opposition spokesperson, past and present, and we are seeing these changes happen across the city, and as always, there's more to do. And we will always continue to look for further opportunities to do more so. I really look forward to doing further work with everybody, and once again, thank you, Councillor Smythe, for bringing forward this motion today.
Thank you very much. Timed within 1 second of the bell going. Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, I want to welcome this notice of motion and the two deputations as well. I completely agree that we need to depave where we can, but this isn't anything particularly new, because when I was on the council back 20 odd years ago, we had a certain councillor, Bentley, a Lib Dem councillor back then, and he tried to create policy in the traffic and transport. I think he was looking after in those days, and I remember debating how we could get people to use grasscrete on their drives, you know, and that was 20 years ago, and it hasn't really moved on that much, even though we're a really progressive council, because it does need legislation. Councillor Smythe has changed her front garden to put gravel down, and the same here with Richard Iron and our front garden. It was all concrete, We pulled it all up and we put down concrete and planting around the edge where we were, even though we provided a car base similar to Councillor Smythe. And in the back garden, we took up a load of paving because we know it is really important in Portsmouth in particular to get the water from the heavens to go into the soil and drain straight down. And the thing is, when you think about it, there's another part to it too, not least. But I've spun my head around Nelson Ward, and yeah, we've had these little rain gardens put in, which I thought were going to go further up the road. But they are reasonably successful, I believe, and they actually make this. They break up the pavement. But when you think about Nelson Ward, I can't think of that many places, apart from one, which is at the end of North End Avenue, that you could depave successfully. Because everybody else needs to get about. People need to be on mobile scooters. They need pavements, and they need the paving on the streets in order to get about. So it would be back gardens. People are increasingly putting down this highly polished marble, I think, that comes from India. So it's environmentally very bad indeed. But they put these down on the front gardens, and the little forecourts have all been concreted over. People bypass Grasscrete. They don't think about that. I like going down the street and seeing the odd little bushes growing out of people's forecourts where it's possible. But it is difficult in a big city, and not least the other part of what I was thinking about is that the government, I'm sorry about this, the government wants us to build 14, 15, 16,000 more homes here. And up at Tipner, we've been quite good about it. We're building 835 new homes there. When Bellway come on, another 300. You know, some of that land it's going to be concreted over, isn't it, with footings and bits and pieces like that. But the scheme does really is empathetic with nature, and it's going to be quite a wonderful place to live in due course, I'm sure of it. So, and the other thing I wanted to talk about is it's all very well us setting policy right now. The chances are the government's going to change things in 2 years' time. In 27, we're going to have shadow elections for whoever stands then. So if we make policy now, it's not going to have much effect apart to influence the Greater Portsmouth Council, if indeed it comes along, and I really hope there's another U-turn. I'd love to see a 16th U-turn. They can U-turn all the time. They're U-turning on council tax, they're U-turning on the so-called 10% rule across the city, and they've just U-turned on their signing up to the Council of Sanctuary, haven't they? So it is possible to do U-turns, and I'd very much like to see the government U-turn on local government reorganisation, because I believe this council does it better than most others and does it better than the government. I really do believe that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to speak in strong support of this motion on depaving because at its heart, this is about how we choose to shape the future of our city. We often think of cities as separate from nature, but they are not. They are living ecosystems, and like any ecosystem, they depend on healthy soil. Yet across our urban spaces, that soil is being suffocated, sealed beneath concrete, tarmac and paving. When we do that, we are not just changing how a place looks, we are stripping away the natural systems that protect and sustain us. When rain falls on paved surfaces, it cannot soak into the ground. Instead, it rushes into drains, overwhelming systems and contributing to flooding and sewage overflows. When the sun beats down, those same hard surfaces trap heat, intensifying the urban heat island effect and making our city more uncomfortable and more dangerous during heat waves. And where soil is sealed, biodiversity disappears. There is no space for plants to grow, no habitat for pollinators, no life beneath our feet. Depaving offers a practical, proven solution by removing unnecessary hard surfaces and restoring living soil. We allow the ground to absorb water naturally, reduce flood risk, cool our neighbourhoods and bring wildlife back into our communities. This is not theoretical. It is already happening in cities across Europe and beyond, where depaving has reduced stormwater runoff, lowered temperatures and improved quality of life. Here in England, we've made a start. We are planting more trees, reducing pesticide use and introducing sustainable drainage systems. These are important steps and they should be recognised, but we must also be honest. They are not enough on their own. Green roofs, planters and permeable materials can help, but they do not replace the function of healthy living soil. If we are serious about climate resilience and biodiversity recovery, we must go further. That means being more ambitious. It means identifying the spaces in our city that are unnecessarily paved, school playgrounds, unused corners of car parks, redundant standings, and transforming them. It means setting clear targets for reducing soil sealing, learning from the leadership shown in other countries, and it means ensuring when development takes place, we are not simply offsetting environmental damage elsewhere, but actively improving the environment within our own urban boundaries. Crucially, it also means bringing the public with us. Residents, businesses and community groups all have a role to play. Our gardens alone make up a significant proportion of urban land. If we can inspire and support people to replace paving with planting, the collective impact would be enormous, not just environmentally, but socially, improving well-being and reconnecting people with nature. This motion sets out a sensible and forward-looking approach. It calls the national leadership, local targets, practical changes to how we design and maintain our streets, and meaningful public engagement. These are not radical ideas, they are necessary ones. If we want a city that is cooler, greener, more resilient, and better prepared for the challenges ahead, then we must start from the ground up, quite literally. Depaving is not just about removing concrete, it's about restoring balance, rebuilding natural systems, and investing in the long-term health of our communities. I urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I don't have any more speakers. Councillor Smythe to sum up.
Couldn't have done it better than Councillor Fielding there, I don't think. This is a win-win for the environment. It's a win-win for people living in cities, and it's a win-win for helping to avoid sewage into our seas. And I commend the motion to you. The process I've put down under the resolutions I think is manageable. I didn't want to do anything that would be impossible to do in the time available. I do think putting down markers on these sorts of things, whether LGR goes ahead or not, is a good thing, because we'd arrive with a decision about this when and avoid endless discussion with the larger numbers if we go into LGR. So I commend this motion to you and hope that you'll all vote for it. And thank you for voting in support of it, Councillor Barrett. That's very much, I know, the heart of your function, with which I hope I can go on helping.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. That is speakers. Can I see those in favour? Please show. That appears to be unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. We now move on to agenda item 11D, Pride in Our Streets, proposed by Councillor George Fielding, seconded by Councillor Ian Cagneran. Councillor Fielding, are you happy to propose this?
Happy to propose, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cagneran, are you happy to second this?
Yes, happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Fielding, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise today to move this motion on restoring pride in our high streets, shutting down dodgy shops and protecting the future of Portsmouth's high streets. Let me start with something we can all agree on. The overwhelming majority of businesses in our city are honest, hard-working and play by the rules. They serve our communities, employ local people and help make Portsmouth a vibrant place to live and visit. But alongside them, there is a growing problem that residents talk to us about again and again. a small number of shops that simply do not play by the rules. Residents see it on their local high streets, rogue vape shops selling unsafe products, sometimes to young people, so-called cowboy barbers operating outside regulation, and fake American candy stores selling overpriced or non-compliant goods. These businesses undercut legitimate traders who are paying their taxes, following the rules and contributing properly to our local economy. And in some cases, these premises are not just bad businesses, they are fronts for wider criminal activity. According to the National Crime Agency, more than £12 billion is lost every year through low-level cash-based money laundering in the UK, activity that too often finds its way onto our high streets. That damages our local economy, drives away families and shoppers, and undermines pride in our communities. This motion recognises that progress is being made at a national level. Government announcements through the Pride in Place agenda and the Tobacco and Vapes Bill introduced welcome new powers to help address the issue, including licensing schemes for tobacco and vape sales and stronger tools for local authorities. Those steps are welcome, but legislation alone will not solve this problem unless councils, trading standards, police and government work together to enforce it properly. And crucially, we need to close the loopholes that rogue traders exploit. Too often we see the same pattern. A premises under investigation suddenly changes hands, the licence transfers, the name on the door changes, and the same activity carries on. That is why this motion calls for stronger powers, tougher penalties for repeat offenders, and better coordination between enforcement agencies. Because our high streets should feel safe, vibrant places where families want to spend time, not places dominated by shops that exist to rip people off or skirt the law. And let's be absolutely clear, this motion is not about attacking small businesses, quite the opposite. This is about standing up for the vast majority of business owners who do the right thing every day, those who pay their taxes, follow regulations, employ local people and contribute positively to our city. They deserve a level playing field. They deserve a council that will back them against those who cheat the system. This motion asks for a clear report on enforcement in Portsmouth, how new powers will be used, and how we can strengthen coordination between agencies to tackle repeat offenders. It sends a simple message. If you're a legitimate business, Portsmouth supports you. If you are ripping off customers, exploiting loopholes, or putting young people at risk, your days operating on our high streets should be numbered. Portsmouth deserves thriving high streets we can be proud of, and today we have the opportunity to clearly say that this council will stand up for our communities, our legitimate businesses, and the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Hunt.
Well, thank you, Lord Mayor. The notice of motion and your speech, George, a bit different. We are standing up for local communities here. It's in the pages of the news almost every other week that our trading standards team, as you know, in fact, Amanda Martin's been out with them, we're shutting down these premises. But the trouble is, I think as the notice of motion kind of identifies, that you can prosecute somebody, and indeed, once you prosecute the person, the shop remains open. But if we use closure orders for 3 months, we go in, we shut the premises down for the reasons that you've described, and then shortly afterwards you have to go to the magistrate's court and you can get a closure order for 3 months. Unfortunately, when you take your speech and the notice of motion combined, it sounds like, I'm not being paranoid, it sounds a bit like we're to blame for it. We are not. Yeah, thank you for acknowledging that. In fact, you commend the trading standards in the notice of motion. We have the best trading standards team here in the whole of England and Wales. And they do work with the police. They're very successful in prosecuting and closing down rogue traders. And indeed, the licensing team, we beefed them up with a couple of more trading standards officers only last year. So they're more effective than they were even before. Your notice of motion is correct to recognise that we need tougher legislation. There is absolutely no question about it. People are fed up with the vape shops. There's no doubt about it at all. And I go online a lot on Facebook when they start complaining, oh yeah, you've shut it down. I thought it was like whack-a-mole. You shut one down and another one or two pop up next door, further down the street. That is not the fault of the trading standards team. It's not my fault. It is not the council's fault. It is the fact that the legislation is not there to be more tough. One thing I would point to, though, is deregulation. I mentioned it earlier on. Deregulation around planning has been unhelpful because local authorities, local planning authorities, usually the council, were able to control the sorts of uses that you had in the high street. So, for example, we would have a policy that said 35% of shops in the high street would be this or would be that. Because of deregulation, that control is gone, completely and utterly gone. Licensing, as I said earlier on, around the taxi trade, completely and utterly gone, almost gone, so that local authorities are pretty much powerless to control these things. The government needs to go back and look about doing sensible regulation. But as I said earlier on, all the signs are with this government is they want to deregulate even more than before, and it's a mistake. We're soon going to see local planning authorities not having scrutiny at the council level. In other words, the planning committee, that looks like it might well be taken away. Some may say hooray, but I don't applaud that because that scrutiny is important. But, as I've said before, local planning authorities, planning committees have been utterly castrated by this government. Some say, I know that the Lord Mayor, when he was in the chair of the planning committee, and Councillor Pitt have all said that we're just a rubber stamp. The planning committee is just a rubber stamp. And it's true. It really is true. This is why these people are able to carry on their criminal activity, because there's no control over them. So yes, I'm going to support this notice of motion because it says the things that I want to see. But the chances of it being successful, I am uncertain about. I doubt it somehow. I do believe, I understand that the government is consulting over the licensing regime surrounding these sorts of premises, and that might help a bit more, but it won't stop the number of them that there will be. The licensing regime won't do that. You need a different control, which is via planning, so that we can say, no, you can't open there, and you only want, let's say, 10% of vape shops, if any at all, in a particular area. Will that happen? No. Because market forces are what's most important nowadays, whether it's the taxi trade, private hire, whether it's shopping, retail, or whatever. And the truth is that despite the things that are being done around the high street, everybody goes online, particularly younger people. They go online. I'm surprised. I suppose they don't send vapes through online activity because they might blow up or something. I'm not really sure because there's batteries in there. But anyway, yes, so many people go online nowadays, and that's one of the pressures that we see. But I'll tell you what, when you go down the high streets, London Road, Kingston Road, Fratton Road, Fawcett Road, 15 years or so ago, there were...
Councillor Hunt,
yes,
could
yes.
you be concluding?
No, I know that I've got to conclude. That's what the buzzer says, Lord Mayor.
Yes, it means you've finished your time.
And what has happened is those people like Turks... No, you did this to me last time. You took a minute away from me.
No, did.
Yes, you did. All right, okay.
So your time is up, Councillor Hunt. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Adeniran. And Councillor Sanders, have you been having a smashing time out there?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to second this motion because our high streets are more than just places to shop. They are the beating heart of our communities. They are where local businesses grow, where families spend time together, and where residents should feel safe, welcome, and proud of the place they live. When our high streets thrive, our communities thrive. But when rogue traders exploit loopholes, sell unsafe products, or operate outside the law, they damage more than just fair competition. They damage the reputation of our city and the confidence of residents who want to enjoy their local town centers. Legitimate businesses work incredibly hard to follow the rules, pay their taxes, and serve our communities. It is simply unfair for them to compete with those who cut corners, evade regulations, and in some cases contribute to criminal activity, such as money laundering or the sale of illegal goods. These so-called dodgy shops not only undermine honest traders, but can also expose young people and vulnerable residents to harm. That is why this motion is so important. It recognizes the positive steps being taken nationally through the Pride in Place agenda and the Tobacco and Vapes bills. But it also recognizes that legislation alone is not enough without strong local enforcement and coordination. I also want to take a moment to commend the excellent work of Portsmouth City Council's Trading Standards team, because I was at the meeting the other time with you, who continue to work closely with the police and partners to tackle rogue trading in our city. Their dedication was rightly recognized with a prestigious national award last year for their work tackling the illegal trade in counterfeit goods. Their efforts help protect residents and support legitimate businesses that are the backbone of our local economy. However, we know there's more to do. Strengthening enforcement, improving coordination between agencies, and ensuring that rogue operators cannot simply close one shop and reopen under another name are all essential if we are serious about protecting our high streets. This motion also highlights the importance of engaging with our local businesses and residents. Establishing a high street advisory board will ensure that those who live, work, and invest in our communities have a voice in shaping the future of our town centers. As councillors, we all want Portsmouth to be a city we are proud of, a city where high streets are vibrant, safe, and welcoming, and where businesses that play by the rules can flourish. Supporting this motion sends a clear message. Portsmouth will stand with our legitimate businesses, protect our residents, and take firm action against those who seek to undermine our community. I support this motion, and I urge my colleague to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adeniran. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to, I don't disagree with anything that anyone said this afternoon. It's all very sensible stuff. And it's great to see that there is support across the chamber for the training standards team who do outstanding work. I did want to draw attention to the fact that when we take legal action against these people, we have to fund that. So it is a risk to the council, and we have to be very careful to make sure that when we are pursuing a legal case that we are very, very sure that we are on absolutely solid ground. So this does have to be always a measured response, because the court costs can run into very significant funds. Even when we win, if the person using some of the legislative loopholes that have been referred to today is effectively bankrupt, we can't recover our money. So it's got to be a balance here as to how we approach it to make sure that we are not unduly risking council finances. And that's why it's so important that when there are opportunities to shine a light through the successful work of the team, that we do a lot of publicity around it, because it sends a very strong message to other people who are considering this kind of illegal activity not to do it, because we will find you and you will be caught. I do want to talk about very specifically one of the things that the council resolves to do in this notice of motion. And we haven't put forward an amendment because we don't think it matters, because the thing I'm going to refer to, I believe, has been covered off through another route by happy coincidence. And that is that yesterday we had the outcome of the voting for the Business Improvement District for Central Portsmouth. And of the 84 responses that we received, valid responses that we received, 78 were in favour. So the bid will go forward, and that will be a business board that we can consult with. Now, I've seen how bids can add so much more than just working on the narrow agenda that they've been set up to achieve, and they can absolutely be that consultative body. So we don't want to just be replicating, creating more and more of them. So I would assign this piece of work to the bid once the board's in place and ask them to do some consultation about how things can move forward. But it's a fantastic result. Portsmouth has never had a business improvement district before. This is something that the economic development team have worked really, really hard on, and with me over a long period of time. It was almost 2 years ago that I went and met with the commercial road traders, and we started this dialogue, and we put a commitment in there through UK Share Prosperity Fund of over £100,000 to say we want to work with you as businesses. We don't have all the solutions. We don't have the finances to fix everything, but we want to work with you to improve the city centre and make it a safer, more attractive place for you as businesses. And I'm very pleased that even recently I did a press call with the local manager of Primark and also with NatWest, who big national brands have got behind a lot of local independent brands in supporting this piece of work. So it's a great outcome, and through that it will enable us to get that deeper understanding that the notice of motion is calling for, and make sure that we can target the resources we have most effectively. But an important part of that bid was for them to have their own security team able to be out and monitoring what's going on, particularly in commercial road area, but that will inform behaviours that were probably also going on in other locations around the city and give us better intelligence. So no issues with the notice of motion, Lord Mayor, and hopefully that extra information is welcome across the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Gerardo.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to thank my colleagues, Councillor Adinaran and Councillor Fielding, for bringing this motion, and to Honorary Alderman Alan Bennett for speaking. We didn't know that he was coming. That was a bit of a surprise that he came back to speak on that one, because he was so passionate about it. So yeah, thank you very much for them bringing the motion today, and also to him for his really excellent deputation. I know I got accused a couple of motions ago about not knowing what local residents think, or that, we don't actually listen to residents, and I don't know what issues come up in my own ward. But actually, funny enough, I'm out every week, multiple days of the week, and this issue comes up a lot. It really, really, aggravates residents and it aggravates businesses, and in particular around the sort of vape stores in particular. And that's because, from the residents' perspective, they can see that these stores are sat empty on the high street, taking up a potential other business that could be contributing a lot more. Often, they're selling products to younger people who get hold of things like vapes. Anyone has spoken to a primary school teacher in Portsmouth or in any part of the country, they'll tell you that this isn't just an issue for secondary school children, although we know that a lot of secondary school children do try vapes, and obviously has really big concerns in terms of their health. But this is a really huge issue within primary schools as well. It's, lots of young people at incorrect ages getting hold of these products in terrible ways, and we have no idea, as Alan Bennett said, about the impact that it's going to have on young people's health. It's absolutely awful. So residents are really annoyed about it, and then from local business perspective as well, and particularly those on Albert Road. I've got several councillor colleagues here who have their ward boundaries on Albert Road, so they probably hear from businesses as well. They're getting priced out from a prime spot in Portsmouth. Albert Road has a really amazing sort of legendary status in our city, and it's renowned for being a place that has amazing nighttime economy, a bustling sort of independent business scene, and it's a lovely thriving place that people want to come and visit and, you know, go for a coffee in and spend time in. But unfortunately, it is being proliferated by vape shops, and I didn't know quite that it was 18. I thought it was 13 last time I counted. So Alan Bennett's grandson, has obviously updated us all. It's actually 18. And what is obviously really shocking is you walk past these businesses day in, day out, and there is next to no one in them. And you're thinking, well, how have you been able to afford the, say, doubling of rent, which is obviously what a lot of long-standing businesses have been faced with, and yet you've got no customers in your shop. And you're selling products which, unfortunately, keep getting into the hands of children and vulnerable people who shouldn't be using these products. So it's very, very frustrating for residents, and it's very frustrating for businesses because they can't actually afford to stay open in areas where they have had long-standing business. And as we know, you can't rely on landlords to always do the ethically and the moral thing, and, you know, actually think about the businesses that are being opened on a high street and not necessarily allow vape shops to come into the area. Councillor Horton and Councillor Fielding and I recently went to Creatique's second shop that they've just opened up on Albert Road. Amazingly, their landlord said no to the vape shops. As far as I understand, I think there were sort of dozens of vape shops that tried to open up there, and their landlord said, no, we want, you know, really long-standing business that has a great reputation in our city, that's going to attract business and bring, you know, the vibe that we want to the street. So they did the ethically and morally right thing, but unfortunately, landlords will just go to the highest bidder, and it seems that in these circumstances, it's the vape shops. And as Councillor Fielding has pointed out, you know, there's been quite a big sort of uncovering of the sort of wider criminality that these shops might be covering up and masking. So I do obviously as well want to thank the trading standards team for the work that they're doing. I think there was 3 shops, isn't there, on Albert Road alone that they've closed down at various points because of the sale of sort of illegal vapes and other illicit items. And I would like to endorse what Councillor Pitt said as well, that the social media posts and the updates are just so good. It's really, really great for the, you know, the wider public and businesses to see the enforcement that's going on in our city, to warn other businesses to do the right thing, but to also show that, yes, the complaints add up and they mean something, and it is important to keep reporting, you know, what you see, because it leads to something. But I think, you know, as has been highlighted by other colleagues who've spoken so far, there are gaps in our current law. So this is just about saying, you know, there are new powers coming online. Let's, you know, try and strengthen our hand locally so that we can stop the proliferation of the businesses that aren't contributing to Portsmouth in the way that we want. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Girarda. There are no other speakers, so Councillor Fielding to sum up.
Lord Mayor, colleagues, thank you to everyone who's contributed to this debate. Let me finish by returning to the simple principle behind this motion. Portsmouth High Street should be a place we are proud of, places where families feel welcome, where local businesses can thrive, and where customers can shop with confidence. The majority of traders in our city work hard, follow the rules, and contribute positively to our communities. They deserve a level playing field. But when the minority of businesses repeatedly break the rules, selling unsafe products, undercutting legitimate traders, and operating in ways that damage the reputation of our high streets, it is right that we take action. This motion does not target legitimate businesses, it supports them. It asks the Council to make the full use of its existing powers, to prepare for new powers coming through legislation such as the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, and to work more closely with enforcement partners to tackle repeat offenders. Ultimately, this is about protecting residents, supporting honest traders, and strengthening pride in our city. If you run a legitimate business in Portsmouth, this Council should be firmly on your side. And if you repeatedly exploit loopholes, rip off customers, or undermine our high streets, then you should expect the full force of enforcement. Portsmouth deserves high streets we can be proud of. So the message this afternoon is simple. If you're running a legitimate business, we will back you. But if you're running a dodgy shop, selling unsafe products, ripping people off, or undermining honest traders, then your time on the high streets should come to an end. I commend the motion to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Can I see those in favour of the motion, please show? Now we have to wait for somebody to sit down. You can't vote unless you're sat in the correct seat, so I think that is almost unanimous. Okay, can I see those voting against? And those abstaining? Okay, I think that is, of those people, is unanimous of those who expressed a view. Okay, thank you very much indeed. We now move on to item E, supporting Portsmouth veterans, proposed by Councillor Steve Pitt, seconded by Councillor Darren Sanders. Councillor Steve Pitt, are you happy to propose this?
Yes, Lord Mayor, happy to propose.
Councillor Darren Sanders, are you happy to second it?
Happy to and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Pitt, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This will be fairly short. The reason that we decided that this needed to come here today, I took an extensive update on the Council's various support for our Armed Forces community through portfolio a month or so ago, because I think often there's I don't know, there's a misunderstanding or miscommunication about the amount of support that Portsmouth City Council offers to our veterans community. And I think it's really sad, because actually Portsmouth is known as the leading council in the whole country for the support that it gives to veterans. In fact, the government had initially invited us to be part of the Op Valor pilot for that exact reason. We said no, because the pilot wasn't as we wanted it to be. We didn't think it was good enough. The government went back and reflected on that and came back to us and said, actually, you know, we've updated what we're going to do now. And we said, great, now we can sign up to it. So when you're in that process, it's very difficult when there is also then a narrative that in some way the council doesn't care about veterans, because that is absolutely not the case. In fact, only a couple of days ago, I was at our veteran staff forum with quite a big group of our staff, where they have an opportunity periodically to come and get together with me and Caroline Hopper, who leads our work in the council on this, and discuss any issues that they might have, comment on the policies that we're developing, how we're implementing the covenant, etc. It's a really useful forum, and you always get very honest feedback, which is always welcome. So really, I'm just going to draw your attention to the resolution bit of this particular notice of motion, because it's really about us championing the covenant and saying that we welcome the extension of the duty that the government's consulted on, but it has to be real. And it has to be implemented with the same level of commitment and consideration that Portsmouth City Council does, because we can't have it as a tick box exercise. And let's be clear, these are choices that the council makes. So whereas in a debate we had earlier on, that was about us just doing something that we're required to do anyway well, we decided to do this in 2012 when it wasn't statutory. We decided to do this because it matters to this city, and veterans matter to this city, and we've been doing it for 14 years, and we do it incredibly well. And the partnership bid that we've got in with Fareham, Gosport, Havant, Eastleigh, Southampton and the Isle of Wight will cement that relationship and, importantly, bring in new funding to deliver that in the area. But us doing all of that and the rest of the public sector not responding to the same level as us weakens the chance of that work being as successful as it could be. So this is about making sure that just extending the duty across all public bodies, but without giving them clear measurements to say what success looks like, would not be the success we are looking for. We also want to see the government actively promoting the covenant and doing a big publicity campaign about why it's important. And we want to make sure that their responses are monitored. Because only this week, and I don't know if he's going to speak and mention it, but one of the other councillors made me aware of something that I think will be a retrograde step from another institution in terms of extending the covenant as well as it could be, and potentially undermine work within that organisation that to date has been incredibly successful. So that was a real tangible example of why this is so important and why it's so important that we get it right, but also an opportunity to celebrate the fact that Portsmouth does a fantastic job in supporting its veterans and in making sure that it supports its armed forces community, because they are so important to who we are as a city.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Pitt. I understand there's an amendment in the name of Councillor Fazakerley and Councillor Madgwick. Councillor Fazakerley, would you like that circulated? Oh, and
Yes, please, Lord Mayor.
I presume you want to propose it, and Councillor Madgwick, are you happy to second it?
I am, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Have we got round to everybody? Oh. We're having a quick discussion here about whether the amendment needs amending. Are we okay?
Yes, this is the final resolution at the bottom there. Correct.
Okay. Councillor Zachary, am I right in saying that the text at the second part of the amendment is correct on the bottom of the first page and on the back, and that includes to ask Cabinet to include the appointment as opposed to consider, which is in the amendment? Is that correct, Councillor Zachary? Let me just put. Is that all right?
Yeah, it's correct, because I queried it now because it looks like the amendment that I've put in is incorrect. It should be as it's on the back.
Yeah.
So the amendment is ask rather than to consider.
Okay. Councillor Ackley, would you like to speak to your amendment now?
Yes, please. And it's relatively straightforward, as colleagues across the same chamber will see. All it's simply asking to do is reaffirm what's written in the notice of motion anyway. You'll see earlier there's a paragraph that states putting veterans above party politics. And we have, as you'll notice, a Lib Dem appointee already through the Leader of the Council. There is a Conservative appointee through Honorary Alderman and Freeman of the City, Frank Jonas. And also we've got Councillor Coles, obviously representing the Labour Party. Now, there are 4 parties on this council, so it's only fair to include a representative from Reform, and Councillor Standen, as a Royal Marine veteran, seems the ideal choice. He's got direct experience of representing his country, serving his country. He was wounded during the course of that service, and he's established many contacts across the military network and military family when he worked very recently for a military charity. So, and I'm pretty sure that with all that experience and Joe's contacts, he'll bring a great deal to the role. It's down to the Cabinet to make the appointment, not full council. So that's why it's gone as an amendment and directed to Cabinet via this motion. So simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Fazakerley. Okay. I don't have any other speakers. Oh, Councillor Sanders, that prompted you to ask. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I'm delighted we're discussing this today. Unlike others here, I've not served in a conflict. The closest I got was Grandad coming back from Dunkirk to get a job on the water board, and later a council flat with Nan in Blenworth House in Lamport, where we're all from. Oh, and Nan and Mum talking about being evacuated to Lincolnshire, Louth. So I rely on others to tell me the experiences that they go through. And this is what a friend of mine said. Having grown up as a military child and now as a military wife, I can speak from first-hand experience about the impact that service life has on families. When I was younger, I remember very clearly the lack of support and understanding my mother and I often received from schools and employers when my father's deployments were unexpectedly extended. These extensions frequently occurred at particularly difficult times, such as during exam periods or school holidays, when stress levels were already high. At that time, there was very little recognition of the pressures military families faced. The reality of our situation was rarely acknowledged, and we were often simply expected to carry on and manage as best we could. Now, you might guess that my friend is Councillor Oliver. Now, she has to cope with being that military wife. Her husband is on duty as I speak. No one quite knows where, but I think we can guess. And that matters to them, and it matters to their family. They've got a daughter, as many of you know. And as Councillor Oliver says, my mother shielded me from many of the challenges when I was young, just as I now try to protect my daughter, my own daughter, from some of the uncertainties that come with it. Uncertainties. I think you could call that an understatement. The challenges many of us face in balancing helping our community with the pressure of a job, in my view, mean nothing when you never know if the person you love is coming home. It's no wonder that the transition to Civvy Street for when people leave the service and their families is often very hard. And too often they're let down. This is not down to the Labour government, this isn't you. I'm old enough to remember people objecting to an armed forces charity changing a house to allow veterans staying at the then rehabilitation centre at Headley Court to stay with their families. Good thing, you might think. However, the locals said it would harm a quiet residential area. There would be too much noise. Oh, and my favourite, it would be a soft target for terrorists. I have to say, thankfully, that stupidity has changed since then. Indeed, that very argument partly caused that change. And here in Portsmouth, under this administration, we have been, as the leader has said, leading the country. I'll focus on one key aspect in which we've been doing that, which affects my own portfolio of housing. Now, we all know Ministry of Defence housing doesn't work. Indeed, this council's housing team has been asked to run it in Portsmouth twice over the years, only failing when the MOD failed to follow it through. But there are many, many misconceptions around veterans and housing. One of them is that this city has loads of veterans living on the streets. Well, this council, at our insistence, includes armed forces status in its annual homelessness count, the one that has to go to government. And the most recent such count in 2025 identified nil, nada, zero veterans living on the streets. And that's not an anomaly, I am told, by the council's housing team. That doesn't mean that no veterans face homelessness. They do. Service charities such as the excellent Veterans Outreach Support highlight instances of hidden homeless within the armed forces community, often sofa surfing, living with friends and family. We know that's one of the biggest causes of homelessness in the city. And that's why this council made veterans a priority in its homeless strategy 2 years ago, before this government rightly did something similar. Indeed, last year, members of the Associated Collaborative Working Group examined the underlying causes of veteran homelessness in Portsmouth to improve early identification and to prevent escalation. This work is ongoing, but we do know that the number of homelessness being prevented has gone up by 72% in 2 years. The number of veteran homelessness applications are also relatively small. In the 2024-2025 financial year, there were 120. That's actually a lower rate among veterans than it is among the general adult population. So the idea that somehow we're not investing in veterans and veterans are constantly on our streets doesn't meet the reality. But despite the small level of applications and the relatively small amount of veteran homelessness in the city, we've delivered real improvements. Changes to our allocations policy have housed 87 more veterans. That's a good thing. They have a secure home. The leader has outlined our bid to host a Valor Regional Support Centre. If that's successful, there'll be a dedicated housing officer to help veterans around the system, and God knows they need to be helped around the system, and have a team support everyone as an individual. This makes addressing the complex and often interconnected issues linked to homelessness, including challenges related to health, well-being and employment. I have one sentence more, my Lord Mayor.
That's it.
We treat people as individuals. We're delighted we're able to do it in this city, and I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Saunders. I have no other speakers, so Councillor Pitt to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Nothing really to add. Useful comments received and appreciated. Read the amendment. I do need to make it clear that in terms of council process, the council appointment is of the Armed Forces Champion. The cabinet appointment is of the Armed Forces Champion. The Armed Forces Champion, once in place for a municipal year, can then invite members of other political groupings to join him as or her as deputies. So we shouldn't do that now because it's the end of the municipal year, about to have elections, but the process for doing that is in June. So I'm happy to subsume the amendment, but just to make it clear that under the terms of the amendment, the decision to do that will be at the first cabinet meeting in June, and then if it is me, great. If it's somebody else, it will be a decision for them as to who their Deputy Armed Forces Champions will be, but that is the process we have to follow. Is that correct, Peter?
Thank you, Steve. That is exactly right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So on that basis, happy to subsume the amendment and hope that everyone will support the substantive.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Pitt. Can I see those in favour of the amended motion, please show? I think that is definitely unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we move on to the next, our final notice of motion, which is Public Health Grant for Substance Misuse Support and Treatment, proposed by Councillor Matthew Winnington and seconded by Councillor Susie Horton. Councillor Winnington, are you happy to propose this?
Yes, I am, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Horton, are you happy to second this?
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
It is traditional to stand when addressing the Lord Mayor.
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Just to get you in training. Councillor Winnington, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor, and hello, colleagues. It's good to do a motion on public health, but it's a shame to have to do a motion on public health where we've had a funding cut for some of the most critical treatment services that we have in our city, which is for our people who have drug and alcohol issues that they are dealing with, and which we have a fantastic record and a fantastic reputation of supporting within Portsmouth. So the public health grant overall, it's very odd. It's a very strange thing, the public health grant. The public health grant is a ring-fence grant we get from government. So you can't use it on anything that doesn't fit the criteria of what public health is. So some of the people in the room who have been opposition spokespeople and then others who have taken interest in things will know that the public health grant rarely has to make any savings, or indeed when it does, if you see the budget, it's literally a couple of grand. Because it is so ring-fenced, you have to account for every bit of that spending on priorities. But within that, until this coming municipal year, you've had separate grants for drug and alcohol treatment and drug and alcohol treatment for people who are homeless. That is being subsumed into one massive public health grant for the next municipal year and going forward for 3 years, as we've had a 3-year settlement, which is very, very welcome for public health, gives you much better rather than having year-on-year settlement. But what they've done is within that, so they've subsumed it all into one big grant, but the two bits that I've just spoken about are still ring-fenced within that ring-fence grant. So the public health grant, as I mentioned in the motion, has actually gone up. It's not gone up enough. It's only gone up by less than 3%, which isn't going to catch up with inflation and certainly doesn't meet things like Agenda for Change, which is the NHS uplift that they have to pay for their for people who are NHS contracts, which of course if you're a clinical member of staff, whether you work for the NHS or the local authority, you have to get paid for that. But within that, we have this startling cut, as mentioned in the motion, which is around 9%. I think Councillor Heaney, was mentioning before, I might have the 207, it might be more like 210. It's around that. It's within a few £1,000, but it's about a 9% cut over 3 years, and so that's over £200,000, which is really quite concerning. And so when this came through, I was asking why was this that we have some really, really fantastic outcomes for our drug and alcohol treatment services. We make a real difference and we are seen as an exemplar in the South East region. And the answer was, well, we've underfunded other places chronically. This is we, as in the government, so not this government, just all governments, over basically since 2013 when public health came back to local authorities. So they've chronically underfunded places like Hampshire and Kent and Essex and all those big counties, to the extent that Hampshire County Council, over about 6 times the population of Portsmouth, gets the same, up until this year, gets about the same money as we do for drug and alcohol services. So they don't have 6 times the need because we have more need in the city per capita, but they certainly have more need than Portsmouth overall, but their funding was less. So the government's decided, instead of actually going to everyone and saying, we think everywhere should have more funding, they've said, well, places like Portsmouth, Southampton, Plymouth, Nottingham, Derby, Leicester, some of the Mets up north, well, you get too much. So we're going to slice down your bit so we can give more to these places we've chronically underfunded. So in all reality, you're not really getting an increase in public health spend for these things overall. You're cutting them. So you're cutting other places to pay for it. It's flat. And that just isn't fair. And when you have the level of need that we do in somewhere like Portsmouth, cutting that funding means that you have to pull more out of your general public health budget, which of course is going up, even though I said it won't cover all the costs already. So what do you do to try and mitigate? You try and take from, you have to try and take from the rest of the public health budget. So with the contributions we're putting in over 3 years from the general public health grants to make up for it, we'll still be down by £29,000. In real terms, over 3 years, because of inflation and costs, etc., and you take away the public health, a bit from the general public health grant, that's over £500,000 in real terms, which is really devastating. So you can imagine if you take anything from the general public health grant and you give it to this area, you have to cut something else. So that's why this motion is here. I'm pleased to bring something about public health, but as I say, I'm really disappointed that I'm bringing something about a funding cut from government just at the point when things around prevention are massively important for us and for our communities. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Winnington. As always, almost exactly on the second. A great skill. No, I know. Okay. I understand there is an amendment, and shall we circulate the amendment? And the amendment comes from Councillor Heaney and Councillor Gerarda. Are you happy for it to be circulated? Councillor Gerarda, are you happy to propose this? And Councillor Heaney, are you happy to second?
It's the other way round, if you read the motion.
Oh, well, the other way round. I get the two of you confused.
We are the same person, after all, yeah.
So,
Councillor Heaney.
I will propose the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gerarda?
I will second and reserve my right to speak.
Lovely. Thank you. Let's wander this around. Are we all, has everybody got sight of the amendment? Okay. In which case, Councillor Heaney, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The amendment is not very long, and it does try to just really bring together, I think, what is being said in the motion. I mean, I was interested that I hadn't really seen this until I got the council agenda. I was busy on Wednesday and Thursday because I teach Wednesday and Thursday. I sat down on Friday and had a look, and I thought, I'll do a bit of research on this. So I started looking on the government's websites and found the allocations for spending. But unfortunately, some of the government information that they produce doesn't always make it clear. So trying to work out exactly what has gone on was actually a bit of a challenge. So having spent some time doing that, I thought I'd better ask the professionals. So I contacted Helen Atkinson, the Director of Public Health, and she put me in touch with another senior officer. And we were able to get to the bottom of it on Monday. Having a chat on the phone, I said, I'm never going to remember all this. Can you please do me a brief note? And he very kindly agreed to do a brief note. And I don't disagree with what Councillor Winnington has said in terms of the funding situation, that the public health core grant is going up, but it's quite small in 26-27 and around about 2% or just over in the following years, 27, 28, 28, 29. And there is actually a reduction in the other two grants. What is interesting, though, is I think the figures for 27, 28, 28, 29 are what they call indicative. So there is a potential for that to change. They are indicative figures. And so what I did with the motion and the resolves was, well, I looked at the first one and asking us all to write, I thought, well, Wes Streeting's not going to fall off his chair if he sees a letter from all the councils in Portsmouth saying we're complaining about the finance. So I thought that probably wasn't the most productive way to go forward. So what I suggested was a rewriting of the second part, which keeps the essence of what is being said here, but actually involves the opposition spokesman as well. So basically asking the cabinet member for committee building here and the opposition spokesman to write a joint letter to the two Portsmouth MPs, because I think it's the two Portsmouth MPs who need to know about this, getting them to bring to the attention of the government department and the minister the effect of the funding settlement. So they need to know what the effect is to start with on the core grant and on the other two grants, and then to request that this be reviewed. And given that the figures are indicative, I think we're right to ask that, and to ensure that the expected increase is then matched by inflation and the other two elements of funding are restored. These funding things are interesting because I asked questions to when this information became available. I was told it was the end of November. And I wondered why maybe we haven't had something to either the portfolio holder or something about this a bit earlier. Because one of these things about doing things before the end of the financial year is that it doesn't give us a lot of time to address things. This year it's going to be dealt with because I understand the public health team are going to use some reserves and use a bit of the public health grant to cover the impact on this year. So we'll be okay this year, but next year will be the problem. So we have got time to sort it out. But I think we do need to make people aware because, as I say, the funding for these things gets complicated. When the government decides to change the way they allocate money, sometimes there is an unintended consequence and they don't always quite realise what they've done. But maybe there's an intended consequence. I mean, what appears to have happened here is, and I was reading the notes that I got, it said that apparently in Portsmouth and places like Southampton and Brighton were the areas that benefit from early additional funding. So part of the grant is being reallocated to areas. So we got money earlier for that, and they're reallocating. Now, that obviously is a problem for us, and we need to make sure that we get the members' attention. And I think approaching it through our MPs and doing it through our opposition spokesman is probably the most effective way of getting the lobbying done. So I'm very supportive of us making the case, and I hope the cabinet member will feel able to support the amendment I put forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Dorrington.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I think I should probably mention that due to my charity work, I have a personal but non-presidential declaration of interest in this particular subject matter. So, Lord Mayor, distinguished councillors, officers and members of the public, I stand before you today because I feel compelled to speak on this subject. Many of you here know that these issues are not theoretical for me. It's not something I have simply read about or debated about or even observed from a distance. It's something that I live with. It's something I witness and I work with up close. And because of that lived experience, that I find the idea of reducing or removing funding for addiction support services so deeply alarming. Because this suggestion, this possible cutting of support, reveals one of the biggest problems that we face in this sector, how deeply misunderstood addiction truly is. Misunderstanding at its cause, misunderstanding at its effects, and misunderstanding at what actually happens and helps people to recover. Let me begin with something many people get wrong. Addicts do not use substances to have fun. They do not wake up to choose chaos, misery, or self-destruction. They use because sobriety without proper support can be unbearable. Addiction is not a series of bad decisions, it is an illness, a mental and physical illness. Mentally, addiction is like having a mind that has turned against you, a darkness that grows inside of you that fills you with fear, anxiety, shame, self-loathing, depression, so heavy and so relentless that even simple things like breathing, standing, or even existing can feel like a battle. And in that state, the only respite addicts know, the only moment of quiet, the only moment where the mind stops attacking itself comes from using a substance. Not because they want to, not because they enjoy it, but because momentarily it silences the torture. It gives them, for a few fleeting moments, a sense of ease and comfort that those without addiction feel every day. But of course, the moment they use, the physical part of the illness takes over. The addiction grips harder. Control disappears. Intoxication sets the stage for behaviours that look antisocial, reckless, or even criminal. And yes, consequences follow. Consequences that reinforce the shame, reinforce the fear, reinforce the belief that they are beyond help. Imagine living a life where the only time you feel normal is when you are doing the very thing that is destroying you. But I want you to hear this clearly. These behaviours are the symptoms, not choices. These individuals are not monsters. They are not criminals by nature. They are not people suffering. They are self-medicating the only way they know how. And here lies a painful irony. In a hospital, if somebody is in pain, we give them a substance to help them cope, and we call that medicine. On the streets, when somebody is in pain and uses a substance, we call it illegal behaviour. But the suffering behind both is real and often the same. Society's proposal, the approach that is being pushed forward, is to remove the very support systems that to help people that survive sobriety, to remove the lifelines that give people a genuine chance of recovery, to treat the drug as the problem instead of recognising that the root problem is the unbearable internal dis-ease that sobriety brings without support. There is only one approach, only one proven evidence-based approach, and that is to help people recover from this incurable and often fatal illness. It's support and compassion and structured support. If we cut funding for that support, we are not saving money, we are not solving the issue, we are adding to the problem. We are adding to the antisocial behaviour, we are adding to the emergency services demands, we are adding to the homelessness, we are adding to the crime and to the crisis, and we are adding to the darkness, not lifting people from it. Support is not a luxury. Support is not optional. Support is the difference between someone making it to the next month or not. And so, with this absolute conviction, I say that I support this notice of motion, and I support this council in seeking increased funding. Because this isn't about services, it's about dignity. It's about humility. It's about recognising that people cannot recover if we take away the very tools that make recovery possible. And now to my colleagues, and particularly those in the Labour group. I know many of you have great compassion. I know many of you have great values. But these problems are, in essence, being made by those people in power, those people who, by proxy, you are associated with. I ask you, and I ask you to ask those people to look at this again. I ask them to dig deep and have a rummage in those very deep pockets of theirs. And not for politics, but for people who have almost nothing left. Please support us to help them to find hope. Let us be a council that helps people find a path out of darkness. Let us be a council that chooses compassion over convenience, understanding over judgment, and support over stigma. Let us be a council that saves lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
I cannot compete with the lived experience that Councillor Dorrington has described. What I do know is that last Tuesday, when I was at the on the Teams meeting with the extraordinary meeting of the Combating Drugs Partnership, you could have knocked me down with a feather when the officers described the funding cut. I was, first of all, really surprised and then soon shocked that we were seeing a £300,000 cut or £500,000 over 3 years for something that we often hear represented in this council when we hear that our parks aren't up to standards. We've got to do more about needles in parks. That's something that councillors continually complain about, you know, spent needles being thrown down or local loos being shut. Very often the reason that local loos are shut is because somebody's gone in there and they've OD'd, or they've cut the veins open, or they've thrown up, or they've been very, very ill, or something like that has gone on. And we saw this fairly recently in a very dramatic situation in Southsea. The despair must be enormous, and it can hit anybody. A former friend of mine, once a police officer, is now addicted completely to drugs. His life is completely ruined, utterly ruined. And then you see this government come in, and we were hoping it would be a government for change. We were hoping that it would address the sorts of progressive things that we as Liberals want to see happen, not least a public health approach to drugs, alcohol, addiction and rehabilitation. But instead they do this thing about cutting the money. They're cutting the money to do the sorts of things that notices of motion very often come in here, tell us they want us to do, like addressing needles in parks, addressing antisocial behaviour in parks and open spaces from people who are addicted to one thing or another, whether that be drink or whether it be alcohol or whatever. And we'll soon see at Waverley Road a symptom of it, a brutal symptom. We may well have a public space protection order now in Waverley Park and Wimbledon Park. We as Liberals don't like to regulate in this way. But sometimes when central government is not really helping you do the progressive thing that you want to do, which is to help people step away from drugs, and goodness knows, Councillor Sanders, through his homelessness programmes, has done a huge amount of work like this. So it comes, and the looks on the people's faces in that meeting, probably left sort of leaning people on the whole, absolutely shocked that there would be this reduction in the funding. So it has to be changed, it has to be reversed. To hear that we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and that Hampshire issues have been underfunded for so long, it's really quite awful to hear. That to think that some civil servant or whomever or a minister would sit there behind a desk up in London or Whitehall, wherever they are, to say, I'll tell you what, we're going to take 300,000 or £500,000 of funding away from Portsmouth people who need rehabilitation. They accept that the rehabilitation is needed, but they're going to defund it. And that just cannot be right. So if the MPs can come on board, absolutely fantastic. If they can make a difference, absolutely fantastic. The leader would make a decision as to whether he wants to subsume it or not. Personally, I don't think it makes any difference, the amendment, to what's in the proposition, so it's up to him. Or whomever, sorry, Matt, sorry, I beg your pardon, Councillor Winnington. So it doesn't make much difference, really and truly. It is very difficult for Labour because it's their government that's doing it, and they keep making mistakes. I asked earlier on for a 16th U-turn. This would be a little one, but I hope very much that you're able to persuade Amanda Martin and Stephen Morgan to go and bang on some minister's door and say, come on, Joe, you've got to get this put right. Let's sort this out. Or Joanna, whichever. So, you know, really and truly something has got to change, and this is completely utterly wrong. Fund Hampshire properly and fund Portsmouth properly. It's too serious.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. One of the frustrations that exists within local government is just the lack of freedom. And a sense, regardless actually of what party you're in, that actually if you give local councils and local authorities more freedom, they will do right by their local communities in the way those local communities want. And that's not a party political point. I think it's shared by pretty much everybody. This afternoon, the Chancellor in her Mace lectures talked about fiscal devolution at long last. Because that may be, I hope, the start of that journey, to see that actually local areas have more control over the money that is required. Because if they don't, this happens. Now, I have to say, as far as this amendment is concerned, I was very happy to support it. And then I listened to Councillor Dorrington. And then I remembered the hour we spent talking about fighting for some of the most vulnerable people who live in our city. And that got me thinking that actually I would be minded to oppose it. I'll be guided by Councillor Winnington. He's the one who oversees all this, not me. But I'd be minded to oppose it because, frankly, I think we have to fight for all of the vulnerable people in our city, not just some. And the people affected by this cut are some of the most vulnerable people in this city. They come through, many of them come through the homelessness service. Many of them are in our homelessness accommodation. Many of them, some of them, sometimes create problems in that accommodation, and that's very difficult to deal with. A lot of it is linked to substance abuse. A lot of it is linked to mental health issues. So to be told that we were homeless healthcare pilots several years ago, because government recognised, the then Conservative government recognised, that actually we had an issue and we could deal with it. So to find that the rough sleeping drug and alcohol treatment grant is cut at the very time when mental health issues are increasing across the city, at the very time when we actually need to make sure that we fight for everyone, we look after all of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine. We have to make sure that we fight. And to have an amendment, and I understand why, and I've got no problem with it necessarily, that says that we don't express any deep concern at this cut. We don't want it increased in line with other authorities that are seeing an increase. We don't try and work with our MPs to secure the additional funding that our services in the city deserve. Then I actually think we're not doing right by some of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine. I'm very proud of the services we provide for our homeless in this city. I'm very proud of the services we provide to help people out of addiction. And our job as councillors is to fight, fight, and fight again for the people that we love and the city that we love. So I'm minded to oppose this amendment, mainly because of what Councillor Dorrington said earlier, but I will be guided by the person who actually has to deal with all this, who is Councillor Winnington. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Councillor Heaney.
Yeah, standing on 39B, Lord Mayor. The motion, I haven't amended any of the specific details in the motion. I've only amended the particular proposals that we do. And as I said, for all of us to write a letter is not going to be an effective method of getting this changed. The most effective method of getting this changed is going to go directly to the MPs, explain their situation, and call for the money to be restored so that we have the grant that we should have had. And that is what that is what the amendment says.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Heaney. Okay, I don't have any other speakers. Councillor Winnington to sum up.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor, and thank you for everyone's contributions. I'm really pleased that there is consensus that this is a bad thing. And it is, again, I say this very, very often, and it often comes to things right around our city, but often in the health and social care and public health portfolio, and also the children and education portfolios. Unfortunately, this happens all the time. We get whacked by things from government, things they often do not understand, and it doesn't matter who's in government, it just keeps happening. something I didn't say earlier was connected to this reduction in funding is increased expectations. So central government has said, we want more from you, we want more recording, we want better results, but they want to cut our funding for it. Again, this is something that central government, you will get to a point where you can hit a wall. Now, we are ambitious within our public health team, within our substance misuse team, drug and alcohol support teams, both for homelessness in general, in that we think we can do better. But to do it with less money makes that a real struggle. And it shouldn't be that way. And we are being, and as was mentioned earlier, having the funding cuts that we got additional in the first place because we were seen as a place of greater need, it just seems utterly perverse. But we are still trying to do that. So we're not just throwing our hands up and going, oh, well, this is all terrible and we're not going to do anything and we're just going to throw the towel in. We're going to try and make the best of a bad situation, but we shouldn't be put in the bad situation. Connected to this, we have another reduction, not in public health, but in homelessness funding, £250,000. So if we take the £250,000 released for general homelessness and then for drug and alcohol support for people who are homeless, it all adds up, doesn't it? And what does it add up doing? So I'll tell you what it adds up to. And myself and Councillor Dorrington were at the normal Combating Drugs Partnership meeting just before this meeting today. The one that Councillor Hunt was at last week was about our funding strategy going forward. So we had a presentation from the drug and alcohol nurses at QA Hospital. And this is just to put it in context. So they had, out of the interventions at QA Hospital for drug and alcohol support in the last, I think Councillor Dorrington, I think it was last quarter, we had 622 from Portsmouth and 585 from Hampshire. Note that number. Portsmouth, in the area of QA catchment goes right up to Petersfield, up to Liphook, up to Liss, etc., and all of South East Hampshire. We had more in Portsmouth than that area, which has about, not far off twice our population. It's not quite twice our population, it's not far off though. But we had more. So you can see how much more our need is than even that part of Hampshire. And yet, they're cutting our funding. And if we have that now, you can imagine what that's going to be like if we do not get the support we need to keep people out of hospital in the first place. We also had a really interesting little thing. There's two ways of supporting people with heroin addiction. There's methadone, the traditional one, and buprenorphine or something like that, which is the other one. That is more effective, buprenorphine and methadone. In terms of people coming back, for those two who have been on those two, we had 4 who were on methadone and none for the other one. That one's more expensive, but it gets better results. This is the kind of thing that happens when funding is cut. And there is no Hampshire Drug Service. So they're getting extra money for something that doesn't exist. It's just going to go into their pot somewhere. I don't know how they're going to use it. So please support this motion, and I am just going to come back to the amendment. Unfortunately, I will not substitute the amendment. I just think, and from Councillor Dorrington's intervention, I think it should be the ability of everyone in this chamber to sign a letter to the Secretary of State, but I'm very happy, Councillor Heaney, for the letter that I write to be open to the spokespeople to sign as well if they would like to. Because I think, therefore, we get both sides, so we get to speak to the Secretary of State. We can all be involved in that, but we can also all speak. We can then go to our MPs and lobby from that point of view as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Winnington. So first we come to a vote on the amendment. Can I see those in favour of the amendment proposed by Councillor Heaney and seconded by Councillor Gerarda, please show. And those against, please show. That is a larger number, so that amendment falls. So the proposal is unamended. So can I see those in favour of the original motion as unamended, please show. I think that's unanimous. Yes, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. We now move on to members' questions, which is at the back of the agenda, and we have 3 questions. So we start with question number 1 from Councillor Judith Smythe to the Chair of the Governance, Audit and Standards Committee, Councillor Ian Holder.
Thank you, Chair. Question number 1 in my name, and it does follow on from the deputation we heard earlier today.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Holder.
Thank you. The Council only make short-term investments with financial institutions for the management of its day-to-day cash flow needs. These short-term investments are governed by the Council's annual investment strategy, which is approved annually by full Council and featured as agenda item 9 on today's Council agenda. The Council is not a pensions administering authority and therefore does not engage in long-term investments. As described in the annual investment strategy considered today, the Council's short-term surplus cash is currently held with financial institutions such as banks and building societies, local authorities, money markets funds, which are used for overnight surplus cash balances. 67% of the Council's investments are currently held with other local authorities. The City Council's annual investment strategy has a clear framework for determining the appropriateness of the institutions within which it invests. The statutory guidance requires the Council's investment priorities are security first, portfolio liquidity second, then yield, basically return on our investment. The Council also gives weight to the environmental, social and governance, the ESG ratings, in making investment decisions whilst ensuring that decisions remain consistent with responsible financial management and stewardship. ESG ratings include a consideration of factors such as responsible investment, sustainability, impact on society, impact on the environment, ethical and corporate governance. ESG credentials relate to institutions as distinct from the country in which the institution is domiciled. However, where state institutions own 50% or more of the equity and can exert significant influence over the counterparty through their shareholdings, the Council will avoid investments in such institutions where the state institution has poor human rights record. If it came to light that investments are being held with institutions that no longer meet our investment criteria, then we would seek to withdraw our investment as soon as possible.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Smythe.
Thank you for that response. Would you be willing to look at page 81 of the policy and at some stage could we request a little bit more analysis on that? I have read other ESG statements and they are often much more specific, and indeed I have a suspicion that the one we used to apply was more specific. Can we look at some more specificity under paragraph 4.4 and the other reference?
Councillor Holder.
Yep, happy to bring that to GAS for us to consider. No problem.
Okay, I don't have anybody else indicating. Okay, let's move on to question 2 from Councillor Fielding to Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Peter Candlish.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question number 2 in my name.
Councillor Candlish.
So I'm asked if I could give an update regarding planned traffic schemes and road safety schemes across the city, including any backlog issues. I'm delighted to say I can. So, I'm judging the appetite of the room, so we won't go through it entirely, and I'll try and kind of, I hope, give an answer that's of some use. So, I often stand here and say that transport is about balancing and reconciling conflicting agendas. Cars versus bikes, people who want to park, people who want to flow through an area, buses versus something else. But on this one issue, I think we can be clear. So, road safety is now embedded as a fundamental principle in all of the transport projects that we do in the city. We have some which we call road safety projects, and we have others that we just call transport projects. But in all of them, road safety is a key priority. So although I could have waved this load of paper at you, I could have had a much larger stack of paper if I'd included all of those other road safety schemes. And I think we are also trying to exercise some level of control and influence over people like the utility companies, who actually are the people who do probably the majority of roadworks in the city.
There's an event in the guild.
It was like the voice of God was speaking to me for a minute.
No, she wasn't speaking to you.
Okay. I've lost my train of thought a little bit there. So, road safety is in everything that we try to do. It encompasses both the things that we control as a council and we try and influence it elsewhere. And we have about 100 or more road safety projects on the go at any point in time, which are badged as road safety. Is that a starting point for the answer?
Councillor Fielding.
Certainly a good starter for 10, Peter. So I've got two asks, really, and I'll do them in two supplementaries just to make it easier. In particular, in Central Southsea, we received funding in the budget for a raised zebra crossing on Lawrence Road. Do we have any timeframes at this stage as to when that can be implemented?
Councillor Candlish.
Many people, thank you, Councillor Barry. Many people in this hall will be frustrated by the answer that I will now give. Okay. Because every single councillor has approached me about road safety schemes or traffic schemes and said, when will it be delivered? And I'm going to, I'm afraid, hide behind the answer, which is the scheme that you have addressed has been allocated a bunch of funding in the budget, and the next step is to do the feasibility piece of work. And until you do the feasibility stage, you don't know what you're building. If the answer is a 100-metre flyover, your budget will be somewhat inadequate, and it will take a very long time. If it is a simple and quick thing, it will be faster. So I'm afraid the answer is you will have to wait until that feasibility work is done. The work is underway, and I would hope that we'd be able to talk to you about that by sometime in the summer.
Okay, Councillor Fielding.
The other ask is probably a little bit trickier. We have previously talked with Lib Dem colleague Susie Horton about potentially a one-way system on the Sutherland, Lonsborough and Esselmont roads, because they struggle severely with rat running and loggerhead with other vehicles, because they are not designed to be two-way roads. They should have been planned a long time ago as one-way roads. Give me a ballpark about when that can be done, Peter.
Councillor Candlish.
Another tricky question to answer, because actually I'm now going to go down another line of defence around these things, which is, let's be very, very clear about the problem that we are solving and the consequences of doing so. Because I could have started with the fact that most of Portsmouth actually isn't designed for two-way traffic in many of the places that occur. And with parking on either side of the road, double yellow lines, there are lots of issues. But those roads that you mention have particular problems which might be caused by introducing one-way roads. So some people really like one-way roads, and there are benefits from it. However, there are also consequences, which is that the speed of traffic along those roads may speed up. So if we were to go down that area going towards a one-way system, I would recommend strongly that we did some form of consultation to talk to people about it, to decide whether all of the roads wanted to do it, what the implications would be, who wanted what and where. So I'm therefore not really answering your question, but I suspected you didn't expect me to anyway, and I therefore don't want to disappoint you.
Thank you, George. You've had your 3 questions. Councillor Winnington.
Would the cabinet member agree with me, as I'm a resident of one of the 3 roads that has just been mentioned, that actually Sutherland, Esselmont and Lonsborough Road each are more unique than they seem, even though they are parallel, and therefore lumping them together and saying that one needs to be that they all need to be one way each might not necessarily be the right outcome, and that may well come out in a consultation along those roads.
Okay, Councillor Candlish.
I'm happy to agree that might not be, because that leaves open every possibility that from that it is to it is absolutely not. And I have certainly spoken to residents of the streets concerned, including a certain Mr. Winnington, about his views about these things, but I've also heard from other people who have different views. The other thing, building on what Councillor Winnington has said, is we also need to think about what the impact of doing that on those 3 roads would be on the surrounding areas as well. So it's not quite Jenga, but basically if you touch one place in transport, you very quickly learn that it moves and touches something else. So sometimes when people hear that schemes are moving slowly, that is because there is actually quite a lot of complicated work going on behind it. If I give a bigger kind of answer, you know, really there's a very big programme of roadworks going on in the city, and we have a huge backlog of ideas and thoughts that people have. We encourage people to send in their suggestions, and transport is the sort of area that everyone has a view about, because we all step outside of our front doors and there it is. So there are lots of things that come in. Unfortunately, the level of funding that we have to respond to that is much less. So, you know, some big road safety schemes can cost more into 7 figures. I was kind of thinking which ones I would talk about. So Stubbington Avenue, Easton Road, Farlington Roundabout. These are kind of mega projects which are outside the scope of the council budget. We need some other form of funding to make them. Then you've got ones in the middle where, you know, it's something like a big road crossing or some junction work where it could be the order of £250,000 or so. There may be other consequences about what will happen with that. So the Lawrence Road example, you know, there will be implications for parking along that thing. And as we all know, parking is a hot topic everywhere. And although everyone tells me their part of the city is the busiest, most congested, most difficult place in the world to park, Central Southsea are definitely a podium contender for that. So there may well be some thoughts from people about how much they really value that extra road crossing, but there will definitely be some people who will be supportive of it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Candlish. Could I remind you of the memorial, the Alex Bentley Memorial Standing Order, which says that responses from Cabinet members should be, I think, timely and not go on.
I am so trained, Lord Mayor.
Yeah. I'm known as Brevity Jackson. Councillor Pitt.
I think I'm in the twilight zone. Lord Mayor, for clarity, a yes or no answer from the Cabinet member would suffice to the question that I'm about to ask him, and that is that would, as someone who once asked what I thought was a perfectly innocent question from a transport officer about putting in a raised crossing in my own ward in Milton, and I costed it similarly to how you did, Councillor Jarder, on your budget amendment, and then I got War and Peace back telling me that the knock-on effect would be that I needed to put another crossing in over here, change that junction, add this signalling and everything else, and it all came back at nearly £500,000. At which point I lost the will to live. So would the Cabinet member agree with me that members of his own group, the Liberal Democrat administration, pose at least as many of these questions to him as he has had from Councillor Fielding this afternoon.
If I had my own
Councillor
words, I would
Campbell.
answer with more. But yes.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm hoping the Cabinet will give me a very straight, quick answer to my two questions, or my question, which is, can he confirm that the pedestrian surveys for the Lawrence Road, can the pedestrian surveys for the proposed Lawrence Road crossing, have they been undertaken or are they being undertaken? And can he ensure that the St Jude Ward Council is also involved in any consultation about any proposals relating to this?
So the specific answer is, I don't know. I would have to go away and find out about that, and I'm happy to do so. In terms of involving ward councillors, something like a road crossing which goes along a border area would definitely be of interest to people on both sides of the border, I'm sure, and we'll make sure they're informed.
Okay. Councillor Hunt.
Well, would the Cabinet member agree with me, as a person with great experience of delivering a one-way system in Bath, Henley and Jubilee Roads, in Trevor Graham, what's the other ones? Trevor Graham Harold Road, St Augustine Road, etc., in Central South Sea Ward when I was there. Thank you, Councillor Fielding, for booting me out. Would you agree with me that it takes a very brave councillor to want to go and consult? Because a third of the people will say we want it north-south, a third of the people will say we want it west to east, and a third of the people will say don't want it at all. So whoever decides to do this, Councillor Candish, is very brave.
Yes.
Councillor Gerarda.
My Lord Mayor, I'm not sure if Councillor Candish will be able to answer my question, but I'm going to, put a punt on it. Might as well try. When it comes to 20-mile-an-hour zones and trying to put them in, we've had quite a lot of resistance. I'm saying we, the Central South Sea councillors, about putting them in, particularly because there's concerns about the police not saying yes to them because they won't just accept traffic signs that say 20-mile-an-hour zone. They want traffic calming measures as well, which is, the leader has pointed out, gets very costly very quickly. I've asked similar questions and you're looking at like £200,000 just for making one road 20 mile an hour. But I just wondered if the Cabinet member knew why we have some roads in Portsmouth that are 20 mile an hour without the road safety measures that are there, and why is this being asked of us now? Or is this, how long has this been going on for? Yeah, has it changed recently, basically? Thank you.
Councillor Candlish.
Sorry.
Well, no, I may not be able to answer the question fully. I just may not have the information to give it. I know one of the reasons is that some roads are actually designated in some ways that makes it harder for them to be made into 20-mile-an-hour zones. The cost implications are definitely there, and there are adjacencies between particular roads. But if there are more specifics, to be blunt, I'm going to have to take it out of here and come back to you.
Thank you. Councillor Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Candlish. I don't know if you can fully answer my question, but it is around a planned scheme that was sort of being looked into a few years ago, the CERT scheme for the Portsbridge roundabout. I don't know if you've had any update on this, if it's still going ahead. There was a lot of changes that were going to happen to try and improve the flow. Would you be able to come back to ourselves around the north if there is going to still be a scheme there, or has that been completely scrapped?
Councillor Candlish, would you like to go into the tale of woe about the Portsbridge roundabout scheme?
My Lord Mayor, I'll keep this answer very, very short, which is it remains on the radar. It would no longer be part of the CERT scheme per se, and bluntly, it's a big scheme with a lot of money. Obviously, it is... There is much more that I could discuss about it, and then maybe perhaps I'd give a better answer by taking it out of here and providing something in writing. It is certainly not forgotten.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. Does the Cabinet member believe that the issues that we're discussing today, particularly the issues around any backlog, will be made better or worse by local government reorganisation?
Councillor Candlish.
It depends how much indulgence the Lord Mayor is willing to give me about answering that question. But since I
Councillor,
imagine
there
the
are
answer will be
25
very
minutes
little,
left.
Since I imagine the answer will be very little, I will say that I am really, really worried for the City of Portsmouth about what is going to happen through the process of local government reorganisation if we are forced to go in with Gosport, Havant, Fareham, which looks like the most likely solution that we're going to be forced to take. The standard of their roads is far less than Portsmouth's, and they don't have the PFI contract that we do. So I think there is likely to be a significant levelling down of the situation for Portsmouth residents lasting many, many years. And I am very sad to give that answer to Councillor Sanders, although I don't think I will have surprised him with that answer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Candlish. I can point out there are 24 minutes and 36 seconds left to continue to complete this question.
I believe I have 10 councillors left.
Oh yeah, no, and you're right. There's a third one. My apology. Councillor Swan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the Cabinet member commit to giving me a written update on the process of getting the roads safety improvements in Sywell Crescent, Anchorage Park sorted? We have another issue that's become quite prevalent where buses aren't able to get through the road because of the mad parking. So obviously it's disenfranchising residents who aren't actually able to use the bus service when that happens.
In the absence of, for speed, I'll say yes, I'll give you a written answer.
Okay. Colleagues, that is it on this issue. Moving on to question 3 from Councillor Smythe to the Cabinet Member for Environmental Services, Councillor Ashmore.
Councillor Ashmore, I hope, yep.
Yes, I think that's what I muttered.
Question number 3 in my name.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Okay, to answer this, I have to read a lot. Sorry, I don't think it'll be as long as what Peter did. But what we collect from the recycling bin is determined by what our recycling facility, the Materials Recovery Facility, MRF or MRF, can handle. The disposal authorities in Hampshire are Portsmouth, Southampton and Hampshire. We've got a joint waste disposal contract with Veolia. So the same items are accepted in the recycling bins here as they are in Southampton and the Hampshire District Authorities. And they were built over 25 years ago. At the time, were cutting edge, but technology's moved on, so local authorities that built later often have the ability to sort more materials. So we are currently working with Southampton and Hampshire County Council to build a new sorting facility at Eastleigh, which is a twin stream material recovery facility, and that will allow us to collect many more materials from the curbside, which will include plastic pots, tubs, trays, flexible plastic, foils, cartons and glass, which is what many people have wanted and keep asking for. We expect that to be operational in mid-2028. And the contract for the MRF civils work will be signed in the coming weeks, with the contractors expecting on site during early summer. Officers from Portsmouth, Hampshire, Southampton and Veolia are now preparing the application and tender for the recycling process and equipment. And myself, Councillor Pitt and Councillor Barrett, we join the leaders of the portfolio and portfolio holders from Hampshire and Southampton at the site on the 5th of March to view those site plans. And yeah, we've done a bit. But, as regards progress, this council has taken several initiatives in recent years to offer our residents more opportunities to recycle ahead of this new MRF being constructed, which includes a large network of recycling banks available throughout the city for glass, textiles, books, and in recent years we introduced a carton and mixed plastic bank. We've got a curbside collection service for small electrical appliances and for batteries. We've introduced a citywide food waste collection service, which was years ahead of a government mandate. We introduced now a separate Christmas tree curbside recycling collection service where the trees are composted, which removes thousands of trees from needing, being wasted there from incineration. The waste team are currently working jointly with Portsmouth Homes teams to refurbish and prepare their bin stores for twin stream recycling, which includes the introduction of more recycling bins now. And just on top of that, we brought back in-house the waste collection service, which gives us more control to shape the service ahead of the introduction of twin stream recycling. And part of that service, we rebranded the garden waste collection service as Leaf It Out, and that provides our residents more availability and a more reliable service. What I will say about recycling rates and comparisons with the other local authorities, it's not just the curbside materials, but it's garden waste as well. Their recycling figures are what authorities class as part of their recycling rate. So us being densely populated and having a significant proportion of residents that live in communal properties, like flats, enabling recycling in flats is traditionally more challenging for curbside properties, although we, as I just said, we are working on that with Portsmouth Homes. And Portsmouth has a high proportion of flats and properties with smaller back gardens, which produce less garden waste. So that's an important factor when you look at our recycling rates compared with other authorities there. And obviously, recycling markets are turbulent and impacted by world events. It's a very timely one to remind that. So there should be some caution when making the comparison of Portsmouth with other local authorities which may have more urban areas than we have. Less urban areas, there we go. Well, yeah, I haven't lost you yet, that's good. So I will say, where is it? So the recycling rate from 2015 to 16 I've got was around the 23.4% rate, and the latest figures we've got, which are the 2022-23 figures, they're around about 27.7, 27.8. So we have gone up with those things that we've introduced, and the things are obviously that will be going on with the new MRF will improve that even further.
Thank you. Councillor Smythe.
Thank you for describing some of the things that we are doing and have increased. Now, you're aware, of course, of the requirements for adherence to new standards from the 31st of March, which is just 3 weeks ago. Which specific requirements are we going to fail at that stage, in addition to the sorting facility for plastics and glass?
Councillor Ashmore.
That's, I'm not going to be able to go into specifics about what goes where. All I know is that we were on track to do a lot of this earlier, but previous government changed, and I'm not just trying to pass off blame here, but because all local authorities were annoyed about it, because we could have been doing a lot earlier.
Okay, Councillor Smythe.
Would you be willing to do a report for either full council or for your cabinet member for environmental services, which some of us can hear in public, being more specific in those answers, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Candlish.
In my ward, we have quite a lot of.
Councillor Candlish, would you mind standing? It is traditional.
As you know, Lord Mayor, I need a lot of training and often repeat training. In my ward, there are quite a few recycling banks of one sort or another, and they often attract quite a lot of fly tipping next to them. I was wondering whether, actually, because of that, there is more fly tipping going on in the city, or whether actually we're making some progress, because I know that's something that has been focused upon.
Councillor Ashmore.
I'm just going to talk for a little bit while I open an email which talks about the fly tipping figures. So thank you very much for the question, Councillor Candlish. It's very
But you'd have liked a bit of warning.
Of you. I'm just going to say yes. You are right. Fly tipping is a blight on the city. We've raised it ourselves. Other people have raised it. It's one of the things you get on the doorstep a lot, and it does impact how our city looks. And we have put a lot of things in place to tackle fly tipping over the years, you know, using community wardens to help there, using CCTV. We've carried out door knocking and joint working with Highways and COLAS and the University Housing Team Students Union. We've done a lot on that. So the fly tipping tonnage that we've had since the figures go back on the thing I've got here, May 2018, the month there was 27.9 tonnes of fly tipping reported, or not reported, actually was. January 2026, which is now, well, just the beginning of the year, basically, we are now hovering around the 10 tonne mark. So it is a massive decrease on that, but of course that doesn't mean that we should rest on it. It does mean we, you know, 10 tonnes of fly tipping still sounds a lot, but it's a lot less than it was, and I think a lot of credit there goes to all the people that we are working with and to our officers and for all the councillors and people that are being the eyes and ears on the street there.
Councillor Barrett.
Does the Cabinet member agree with me that the waste team are working really efficiently in clearing these kind of fly tips? I know I personally reported something in something the other day, and within 2 hours they'd cleared the whole fly tipping site. And will he pass on our thanks?
I will agree with you. Yes, thank you. Yeah, you are right. They deserve a lot of credit of what's going on there. They are very quick in tidying it up. But I think, as the leader said in a Cabinet meeting earlier, it's, you know, it doesn't matter which councillors you've got in your ward. The councillors aren't responsible for the fly tipping, but we are, you know, responsible for clearing up. But it's the people who are dumping it, and you know, it's a small minority of people that are just shifting it or taking it from somewhere, you know, emptying houses or promising their mates they're going to get rid of it and just dumping it in people's alleyways or near where people live. And it's them that hold the responsibility for doing it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hunt.
Will the Cabinet member agree with me that we are training our wardens up to be even more effective so that they can issue even more fixed penalties and catch more people who are fly tipping and give them even bigger fines?
Yes. Absolutely agree.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Some time ago, I did ask whether the City Council would consider food waste recycling within the civic offices as the university does, and I wondered if he could report on any progress on that.
I remember us speaking about it. Am I on? Yeah, I remember us. He's turned you. Okay. Yeah, we did speak about that. I haven't got anything positive to report on that at the moment. All I know is it's to do with the contract on who serves the civic offices. It's not the same one as the council running it, so that it's something to do with the contract on that one. But I can commit to finding out more and getting back to you later.
Thank you very much. Councillor Valley, did you? I thought I had a question. I thought you said, did we have to use all of the time? And the answer is, and the answer is no. Councillor Swan.
Would the Cabinet member commit to a review of the charity textile recycling bins in my ward at the end of Powers Court Road, in Kirby Road and on Copner Road? There's often bags left next to them, and frequently it's because the capacity just isn't there for that, and I frequently actually tidied it up myself, so obviously there is something that needs looking at. Would he commit to looking into that?
Councillor Ashmore.
I can and I will.
Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the Cabinet member agree with me that this is a case of be careful what you wish for, because we have contacted other local authorities that have removed textile banks because of this issue, and people have then wholesale fly tipped all the stuff that used to go in the textile bank in the same location, meaning that you end up with the side waste and all of the other waste dumped on the street for months and months and months on end. So we need to be very, very careful about this. And it is part of our recycling rate.
Yeah. Councillor Ashmore.
I concur.
Okay. I think that is it for questions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. just to say this is the last council meeting of the municipal year. Normally there'd be a thing to say to people who were retiring, thank you for your service officially. But as far as I know, I don't think any existing councillors have said that they're stepping down. So if people are stepping down, they will be stepped down against their better judgment. But can I record my thanks to everybody for their work this year, but for people who don't return, thank you for all of your service to the council. I think that's it. And there are, Heather, there are raffle tickets and the hamper outside for buying. Oh, all right. Heather will be buying all the raffle tickets that you would have bought if she hadn't put it all away.